7 minutes past top of the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour, and we're live. Thanks for making us part of your day, and welcome in. We'll get through this hour. That's right. You help produce, though. 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number. If you want to call, they're unscreened phone calls, but that's an option for you. If we see them all blinking over there, sometimes we'll just hop right on over. Eddie Van Adler, he's got YouTube live in HD. I'm Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy. It is the Good Time Gang. Willamette is on the table. That's there for you today. A lot of great stuff on that old wheel. That could spin at any time, so you want to be standing by for that. We could go from Wacky World to COVID. Oh, Willamette, you never know. So be looking for that. Over to my right, as I mentioned, there's Greg Burgess, and there's old Button Up. Helmsy. What's up, boys? How are y'all? Y'all good?
Yo.
Yeah, went on up to the top today.
Went all the way up.
Yep.
That one lays weird, doesn't it?
Huh?
That one weighs.
It does.
Lays weird.
If I don't, the second button is way on down there.
Yeah.
And I don't want the forest flow this early.
Yeah.
Y'all.
Maybe later in the day.
I listened to us breaking
chain.
down Bubba's Silver Forest the other day in a bit that I was editing up, and I got to laughing hard. Bubba, Greg, you claimed one time that he walked up behind you and you thought it was a spider was on your neck. He's trying to get past you. And then we started talking about spider webs and how we hate going through them and you can't get them off of you.
They're horrible.
What about when you're in the dark, like around the house, you're taking out garbage or something, you walk through
And
one?
You know it's on your back.
Yeah, and you
somewhere.
can't see it, and where is it? You're hopping around.
And a lot of times there's some big spiders in those webs.
They are.
Yeah.
Big spiders.
Big
Catch
spiders,
a ride. They'll
yeah.
catch a little ride on you.
Sure.
Yeah, just laying there waiting.
And you can't get the web off of you.
You
It's
can't.
just all
No,
over you.
You got to take a
stuck, don't you?
shower.
Yeah. That's good stuff. Good night. So y'all's day good yesterday? I know you were talking about weed eating a bunch over these last couple of days.
Yeah, I'm a little sore from that. You know, it's funny how you do anything. It's not the next day. It's the next day is when you're sore. So I'm 2 days out now. I woke up this morning like I'm stiff.
Is it your back and stuff?
Yes.
Just leaning over?
Right here. The big strap with it hanging on.
Yeah.
A lot of weed eating.
Got out there and got after it, huh?
I did.
Yesterday was my yard day. I spent out right till dinner time and just got it done. I normally am not a late afternoon mowing person. I normally just knock it out midday or whatever. But I went a little bit later yesterday just for the schedule, not by choice, and I kind of liked it. Sun was down, pleasant. Got out there and got after it. Hey, matter of fact, Ed, my technician from Cooks, that I've gotten to know over the years, started taking video of me mowing and weed eating, saying I wanted to make sure everybody saw that you did your own yard.
Oh,
He thought that was pretty funny. I'm like, well, yeah, I've always done my own yard. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and now you got a lot less than you did have.
Hey.
So you now, it ain't nothing.
Hold up your one.
Ain't nothing.
Ain't nothing.
Do you have too much equipment now?
Well, yeah, I got rid of some, though.
Yeah.
I got rid of some. I gave my big zero turn. When you're moving, you get to the point where you start off trying to organize.
Yeah.
Then you're like, well, let's sell a few things, get some money for them, okay? Then you're like, oh wow, this is good enough. Let's go to charity with that. And then it's I'm not sure what to do with this, okay?
Yeah.
But you want it gone. And a place had serviced my zero turn from the time I got it, and the mechanic, the technician that always worked on it. He cut some yards and volunteers some different things, churches and all this kind of stuff. And I said, you can have it. I mean, because he was having some issues that he could fix because he knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't need it.
And I got rid of it. So that's gone. So then it's just push.
Yeah.
But some of the power equipment, I mean, because you got most of the Cove comes out with like little battery powered blowers and
got your
little
backpack.
things. Here I come out with the steel backpack.
And knowing you don't have that much to blow.
No. I mean, I'm just
Still feels good though, doesn't it?
it looks like somebody's hired. Hired me to come cut the yard because it looks that professional.
It's commercial grade.
Yes, yeah, and it's just that little bitty yard. But I tell you what, I knock it out.
Sure it will.
I mean, hey, it means business.
Yeah.
People know when they hear that, it means business. Put a new blade on my trimmer, and it's just, I mean, it's eating it up. It's easy. But trying to get ahead of this Hurricane Nicholas stuff. Are we supposed to get a lot of rain? I don't know. Down in Louisiana, I know it's just been a spinning
I think
down
it's
there.
supposed to rain today and tomorrow.
Okay, well, I'm out trying to get out in front
Somebody
of it.
made that up. I don't know.
Question: Do
Okay.
y'all say thank you a lot? Like when you get service or when you say hey to people and you know
it's a habit.
or whatever, do you say hey, thank you very much? You know, that's not common anymore. I mean, it's rare.
Yeah, I do that.
You do? Well, today's National Thank You Day.
I didn't know that.
So say thank you. But yeah, I find you know, like when somebody comes, does it make you nervous if you're having lunch with somebody and like the waiter comes or waitress comes and fills up the cup with water or whatever you're drinking, if they don't say thank you and they just ignore the person? That bothers me a little bit.
You don't ignore them?
I sometimes say thank you for them.
I thank you for mine and his.
Yeah, thank you for both of ours. National Thank You Day. Holding doors open. Good service.
I don't.
National Thank You Day.
Is there getting good service anywhere?
Well, that's the thing about it. You need to earn that thank you.
I think. Be careful.
What you got, button up?
Well, it's the standard is so low these days with things. I mean, I thank people for things today that I didn't thank them 10 years ago.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Right.
I'll call and order food and say thank you after I order.
Right.
I don't really think that's necessary, but I do.
I had an extremely awkward situation yesterday on the phone. The colonoscopy doctor.
Little follow up.
Make sure I'm doing okay. Yeah. Any issues, you know? And they told you
walking funny.
They told you things to look for, and I'm
that's
like, well, that's pretty noticeable.
Yeah.
You know, I'll not having that. Very short conversation. Mr. Wilburn, we're following up. Is everything okay? And I had this weird moment. She's like, okay, well, thank you. I said, all right, well, thank y'all for doing a good job. I don't know what that means.
No, you did.
Yeah, I didn't.
You said thank y'all for doing a good job.
And I don't know. I
think that's okay.
That makes no sense.
When I hung up, I felt really silly. I was like, well, that was awkward.
Yeah.
She went, yes, sir.
Or you could go, thanks for checking on me.
Yeah, that would have been better.
Right.
Or appreciate y'all going this far with it to call and check on me.
Thanks for doing. What'd you say?
Thanks for
doing a good job. They didn't mow your yard.
First of all, how do you know they did a good? You were asleep.
I'm not sore or squeaking.
Thank you for not.
No, I can't even tell it was done, which is bothering.
Well, yeah, Speedy. That's pretty much how they do it.
Right. But I mean,
that was an unnecessary thank you. That's what that was.
Yeah, it was very, very awkward social moment, and it bothered me the rest of the day.
Yeah. Well,
I was like, could I take that back?
What if you'd have called back? Look, I'm sorry, that awkward.
Yeah.
Thank you I gave you. I don't know why I said it.
What drives?
Thank you for doing a good job.
Thank you for doing a good job with my colonoscopy. That makes sense.
That's really happened. It really happened. When I say it bothered me the rest of the day, I was like, why did I say that? What was wrong with me? Just okay, thank you. See ya. Thanks for calling.
Thanks for checking in. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you for doing a good job.
Enough.
Yeah.
What I can't stand is when someone goes above and beyond, and you'll see it. You can walk around and just be aware of your surroundings when you walk in a coffee shop or a business or whatever, and someone will try to show an act of kindness and the other person doesn't acknowledge it. That drives me nuts.
Oh, wow.
Open a door for somebody and they just walk in like that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
I'm not thanking you. You know, doesn't even look at you.
Right.
You're right.
That
I almost
drives
want to let the door go on.
Me too. It drives me nuts. And I
see it.
I see it all, not necessarily with me. I see it all over the place.
Right.
I always thank people if they'll.
Yeah.
Hey, I appreciate
just
that.
little things like that.
Hey, thanks, pal.
We're so self-absorbed, we don't even know what's going on around us.
I guess
somebody just did something nice for you, and you won't acknowledge it. It drives me nuts.
Speaking of not acknowledging me,
I want to thank y'all for doing my knee replacement. For doing a good job. Thank you.
I saw somebody in the gym yesterday, and they walked right past me, no headphones on. I said, "Hey, how are you?" And they just looked at me.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
Extremely weird.
Well, quit speaking to people.
Well, they've been looking at me. We were looking at each other. I was like, I was just like, it was
that's
just more.
Another thing.
It wasn't like, hey man, how you doing? What you working on today? It was just more like, how are you?
Well, if someone looks at you, you make eye contact, and you say, "Hey, how you doing?" Yeah. Worst case, give me a nod.
Right.
I don't have to have a conversation, but just acknowledge it.
I'm good.
Yeah. I'm talking about eye contact, stare down, didn't say anything.
Like, hey, thank y'all for calling. You did a good job. You did a really good job on my colonoscopy. Yeah, appreciate y'all.
My colon was really clean. Thanks.
Right. I'm like, now if you want to go, we can go. I'm just saying, hey.
Yeah, that bothers me too. People do that. I don't even like the whole waving thing either. When you wave at somebody, they don't wave back.
Yeah, that bothers me.
Was something wrong with your arm? Can you not lift it up?
Thank you for doing a good job.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I think it threw her off guard.
Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour, kickoff hour live. Welcome in. As we roll on back, we are sitting here, some yawning, some laughing during the break, getting through it. Okay. And I could tell Greg went and checked on the coffee. Would you like what you saw in there? You kind of looking at it a little bit?
Adler got hung up. He walk in there. He's got the coffee grounds and all that done, and he's got the pot sitting there full of water with the lid up, but didn't put the water in.
Oh, no. How dare him.
I don't know. Something distracted him.
How dare him.
So.
Probably
segment,
America's favorite radio show. He probably had to work.
I could tell you went in there hoping something was there. And you come back empty-handed.
So I started making the coffee, and then I hear, so alive, so alive, the intro song. I'm like, oh, this is a shorter intro than I remember.
Yeah.
So I literally had to put the coffee pot down and run in there. So that's what happened. So alive. Oh, I'm so on the air right now is what I need to be.
I can tell you dropped everything and ran out of the room.
Y'all, I'm something's wrong with my home camera or whatever, but because I went to try to go find this footage. Y'all were talking last segment about when you walk through a spider web.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on, but there's a spider that loves the air in between my car and the basketball goal that I have in the driveway.
Oh, really?
That's happened to me around walking to my truck.
I'm like 2 days, maybe 3 days in a row now because I thought
they'll build it back in a hurry.
Yeah, I thought I got it by walking like this, like doing the tomahawk chop while I'm walking to my car, and I thought I got it. I didn't feel anything. I look cool and normal. I look cool and normal at 5 in the morning.
Picture that, right?
4:30.
Footage for that.
Oh, it's 4:30. Excuse me. And so it's tomahawk chopping as I'm walking, and I thought I got it. I didn't feel anything on my arm or whatever. I'm driving in this morning, and I feel something go down like this back side of my arm in the car. So I freak out, roll the windows down while I'm driving. Like, you gotta be kidding me!
It's dark out, so you can't really see in the car unless you turn the light on. Then you can't see out the car.
Right? It's so dark outside. It's so dark outside. But the day before that just got me right across the face to where I dropped my backpack, and I'm just like pulling. I'm just pulling invisible threads from any direction that you possibly can. But yeah, the footage. I wish we had that footage. It would have been.
Hey, it's amazing how fast they work.
Oh, they're.
Could you imagine? They're just. I mean,
well, I don't know what it is. They are going nuts at my house right now. Like the back deck when I go back every single time in between the little railing of the stairs. Yeah. Every single time.
So you just walk around screaming.
And I'm just like, again? Why me?
Do you think they make it then sit back and like?
I've got a picture. That was good. That was a good spider.
It's like, here he comes.
Spider voice.
So I got a picture of it. I should have brought it out here, but the little ones that are like the black ones, but on the underside, it looks like almost like a spooky skull face. Have y'all seen these before?
I've seen the black and yellows.
Black and yellow. That's what I'm talking about.
Black and yellow.
What is that? What is that?
That is, I don't know.
That's I'm going to get Adler spider.
Is that one of those spiders?
That's the old yeller.
The old black and yeller.
Old black and yeller.
Are those one of those ones that maybe bite you, but it just kind of is like a mosquito bite?
No.
It'll kill you. Great. I got many of them.
I think you're all over. I think it's a little worse than a mosquito bite. Yeah. But by the way, on average, it takes 30 to 60 minutes for a spider to weave a web.
That's it.
Wow.
That's amazing.
That's dedication.
All right, stupid question. Here we go.
Now, when you got the
how do they get it from like me to Helmsy?
I know.
They're like just in there. I mean,
they do.
I mean, because they got to do something. Is there like a really?
I know if they start in a corner, I get it.
Yeah.
Right. You're talking about like you're talking. I've done it. Walk to my truck, and it's going from my truck to the trash can.
Is there like a really athletic spider that can jump that far?
I mean, it's a basketball goal to the car is what they're doing.
Is that the one you're talking about right there?
How does a spider dunk?
Is that the one you're talking about?
That I have too. That with the long legs. Yeah. That's a zipper spider, I believe.
Yeah.
Zip,
I mean, did they like hang?
Big.
But do they like hang like hold on to one side of the web and then go down and then go up and then tie it off?
I like Speedy acting it out.
How do they do it?
I gotta be honest. I have spent some time watching some time lapse of a spider web making, real quick time lapse, and you just got to watch that. It's amazing what they do.
It's like in the woods, you'll catch one. But me and Rick were down at his place last week, checking cameras and all, and they're everywhere.
Yeah.
We kept driving through. But the ones that are really amazing, they're like you got like 4 reaching out to the tree, and then in the middle's the big.
Yes.
Looks like a bullseye.
They've got scaffolding, all that, and then in the middle.
It's amazing.
It's amazing.
Maybe they just sit there and just shoot it. and you shoot it to the.
You know, it doesn't come out of their mouth, right?
Well, I know, but in my mind, I'm just saying they're just.
It doesn't come out of their wrists either, like Spider-Man.
Right.
It's
Right.
more like
Like
his belly button. Is what it would be.
Yeah.
But hey, on the
I
hunting,
cleaned it up.
on the hunting trail stuff, I'll always get me a twig or something. And
Yeah,
grab
walk
it, and
like
I feel weird. But if I'm on a 4-wheeler, I'll just hold I'll hold it up so it knocks it down.
You got to do it. I used to go for walks as a kid with just like a little mini stick, like I'm Harry Potter walking through the woods. But it's for spider webs, guys.
Right.
I'm not Harry Potter.
Well, what you need to do, it looks
Well,
like you need to
everywhere.
lay something there as you get out of the house and carry it to the car every morning.
What if I just carried a broom to my car every day?
Just do this in front
That'd
of
look real weird.
Yeah.
Because your
that'll-
tomahawk chop's not working.
Y'all, I felt like there was something on me the entire way to work this morning.
I wish you'd walked in and when you went down the hall, look, he was right in the square of your back. Right there.
Yeah, it's a big.
One of those zipper spiders, though, they call them a zipper spider. It was from Texas, where I was from, but you can see like the line on the web. You'll see it looks like an actual zipper on the web, like a little zigzag. Have you seen this before?
have.
Okay, and they're big. They're
Like a
real
Jacob's
big.
ladder.
I cut down a bunch of trees at my house. I guess about a month or so ago. And I'm walking, before I cut them down, I walked through the woods and the trees or whatever with my father-in-law, my wife's dad, because he's a big tree guy. He knows everybody. You can point at any plant anytime.
I wish I was that person,
And
too.
he'll be like, that is this from this region. That's rare. Wow, keep that. Keep that.
That's
Get
a
rid of
yellow
that.
leaf briarwood.
Keep that. Get rid of that. So we did that. As we're doing that, we're surveying the area, and there's a spider, like the biggest one I've ever seen. It's big as my hand. I get to cutting down these trees the next day, and I forget where it is because I lose my spot. Y'all, I'm walking through, and the entire thing goes across my face. The big spider was on my head. I backed out, and he was still on the web looking at me like, yeah, that's right. I was on your head just now. Yeah.
25 minutes till top of the hour. Thanking all of you for being with us today. As always, making us part of your daily routine. We do appreciate it. Well, Greg, how'd you sleep last night, kid?
I slept good.
Did you really?
You know why?
Helix. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Great company from North Carolina that we want you to experience and support. And Greg, you said they make it pretty easy. Not only does it come right to your front door, but right now you can save $200 on your new mattress. So don't put this off any longer, folks. If you are in the market for a new mattress, let us suggest HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Now, they have you take a little quiz or survey to see what type of firmness you want. Soft, medium, firm mattress that will help you stay cool. And they even have a Helix Plus mattress, too, if you need something a little bigger to sleep well. But you say you sleep good, right?
Yeah, I sleep great. You know why? Custom made. You pick what you want. You like firmness, what type of firmness you like, where you sleep on your back, your side.
Yeah.
You know what it is? Custom made.
That's custom made, so you know when it comes to the door, it's just for you.
That's right.
It's about a 2-minute online quiz that I was talking about. It matches your body type, sleep preferences, and all that kind of good stuff. And when you visit HelixSleep.com/Bubba, you'll save $200, like I mentioned. Plus, you'll get that 10-year warranty and 100-day free trial. Nothing to lose, folks. Helix will ship right to your front door, and you'll save that $200 at HelixSleep.com/Bubba and get a truly amazing sleep like Greg and Lisa. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Now, what do you got a beer face for? What are you looking at?
I'm looking at an article.
Mm-hmm.
Marilyn Manson.
Oh.
Okay. He's been accused of blowing snot on this photographer. They've taken him to court about it.
Okay.
And his lawyer argues that she was one of them photographers, that are up in the front in the pit. That if you are in there, you know that you can be exposed to if you're that close to performers, to bodily fluids falling on you. That's their defense.
That's gross.
First of all, the fact that she's actually taking it to work. I mean, you asked. I wasn't going to bring it up.
Right. Well, you had that look like you were.
He argues that type of filming that lady was doing commonly exposes videographers to incidental contact with bodily fluids.
What?
Okay. Of course, she claimed he come up he spit on her and then he did the like your granddaddy used to country
push
style.
in the one nostril.
Yeah.
Really get it out. Yeah.
Yeah. We called that country style.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do y'all know what Marilyn Manson's real name is?
I do. I'm reading it right here. It doesn't fit, does it?
Well, it doesn't, and that's where did his parents and where did his upbringing? It may not even been his parents, but where did it go wrong? You know what I mean?
I know.
For Brian Hugh Warner.
Brian Hugh turned into Marilyn Manson.
Brian, get in here. I don't know.
That's something.
I've heard horror stories though on people that have booked him at
yeah.
What he leaves behind.
Yes, you remember what was down here in Birmingham?
It was.
Tell us the little area in the background. They said the cleanup was wow.
Yeah, basically, didn't they say they had to change the carpet and had to totally redo the room. It was just so disgusting. But I mean, good night, y'all.
Of course, he's had a lot of charges against him lately. These women and this snot incident.
Yeah,
and got a lot of court time.
Yeah,
he's 52
for O'Brien.
Hey, so he's my age.
You're talking about
he's me.
Okay,
he calls it art, but what he does is the most untalented mess ever.
I'm gonna shock you.
Anybody could do that. That's art, buddy. That's my art. You must enjoy it. A lot of people have, I guess.
That's just total disregard for anybody if you're doing all that. I mean, I think that's been established by him.
Look, if you went country style and the wind blew it on them, that's one thing. You didn't mean for it to happen. I was really grossed out by that movie.
I was too.
Yeah.
Well,
I go get a napkin.
The process of it too. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It wasn't necessarily it flying out. It was the process that got it there.
You think I didn't work with a lot of people that did that?
Oh, sure.
Oh, my goodness. It was almost a requirement to work there. That you must go country
All right, I'm going to
style.
change gears.
Well, I didn't want to bring that up, but Speedy saw the look on my face.
Well, here's what you're looking at.
Well, I didn't want to I had no intention of sharing that story.
Well, what was Greg looking at? There you go.
This morning, Greg said that he got into that Mets 30 for 30 last night.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
So,
but of course I fell asleep.
Is it worth watching?
Oh, yeah.
What part you saw?
Yeah, absolutely. I love that kind of stuff.
About that face you got going right now.
Y'all thought it wouldn't be?
Oh, I don't know.
See, I remember that run because what happened.
The amazing
the
man.
cable system.
Now we're screaming.
The cable system that we had at the time where I was growing
strong.
up. I know it. You had obviously the Braves on WTBS.
Right.
Well, we got I think it was WOR out of New York, and it was the Mets station. So you got to watch the Mets just, like the Braves were all in where the Mets were too. Mm-hmm. And I remember when Strawberry first got on there and they showed Dwight Gooden, and he was 19 years old and was unhittable. Yeah. Unhittable. I mean, they weren't going to send him up there, but Davey Johnson, the manager, was like, I need him now. Yeah. We can't wait.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I was just now getting to the part where they were horrible. I mean, I didn't realize how bad the Mets were. They were terrible. They had that run, I think, 72 when they won it with Tom Seaver. Tried to bring him back. That didn't work out. I didn't realize they brought him back in like 83. He was nearly 40. But anyway, so I'm to the point where they're starting to get good.
Now, is this a two-parter?
Yeah,
I think it's the first part was last night.
They're going to repeat it. What I'm going to end up doing is DVR.
That's what I'm
watching
waiting
it
on.
later.
Yeah, I knew I couldn't stick with it last night. I got several emails about it. So Dykstra shows out a good bit in it.
Dykstra's got a
and
mouth
this is ESPN, right?
Yeah.
So ESPN Plus should have it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that did Jimmy Kimmel have something to do? Is he the producer of this?
know.
I think he is. That's weird, but
it is a 30 for 30, right?
It's a 30. It is a 30.
And the promo looks really good. I mean, really good. So you're in.
They were handles.
Yeah.
Boy.
They were good too.
Well, think about it.
They were.
Was it Strawberry, Gooden, Dykstra?
Yeah. Keith Hernandez.
I mean, Carter. Carter wasn't a handle. He was just good.
Yeah, I heard the reason I say Jimmy Kimmel, I heard him in an interview talking about it, so I think he's got something to do with it. And they were saying how Carter didn't fit in. The others, he didn't fit in with all them. But yeah, they were quite a bunch of characters.
All right, well, I'm in. I'll watch it. Greg says it's good.
Well, like I said, I've only seen about 40 minutes of the first one.
I wouldn't have thought it would have been bad.
Yeah, the first one concentrates on how horrible the Mets were.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Except for I think 72, 73 when they won it. But any other time they were terrible. And then they got really good. And Darryl Strawberry, wow.
And I know we can't play it today, but this bizarre statement this Alabama player made yesterday.
I don't know. I haven't even approached that.
I had heard before in a different interview. It was another player, and I couldn't remember, but I looked it up. It was actually Josh Jacobs. He was on Dan Patrick or something, and he was talking about how you wouldn't believe it, but Coach Saban has a sense of humor. And these particular jokes he thinks are funny.
Yeah, this is our kind of sense of
humor.
humor.
And it makes it even better because you don't expect it to come from him.
Right.
And they say that he –
I just wasn't – when the player yesterday is
the way he
asked,
explained it, he might –
give me something that Coach Saban says that we may never hear out here or whatever, however he worded it. Right. And he went with this. I could not believe what I was hearing.
I couldn't either.
I thought so that was your answer to that question.
Well, here's what I can't believe. The first one was okay. And then he kept going.
Thank you. See,
and I'm like, wow.
The first one was our kind of humor.
Mm-hmm.
But then he took it to a level I was not expecting.
Yeah, I don't know what he was thinking.
I don't know, but I know you.
We can't
say
play
it.
I know Greg's definitely. I can't believe we've gone this far without him saying
it. Doesn't, and it makes it even funnier because of who it is. Because he's so serious.
Yeah,
and he even said they even interviewed Saban about when Saban was on Dan Patrick. He goes, he said he likes to cut up with some of them, but it's more of the offensive people. He said, I'm the defensive coach. I'm harder on them. I cut up with the offensive.
That makes
guys.
sense.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. It's just I just thought it was funny that's been a running theme on this show. That phrase, but he'll take it.
Yeah, that's one of his. Josh Jacobs made the point. He goes, I hadn't heard that since middle school, and I couldn't believe who said it. He said, I thought it was great.
Well, he obviously didn't listen to our show.
I know.
I'll just say this. I'll say this for those that are frustrated because we won't come out with it. It has to.
Well,
do,
we might as well say it. It
has to do with D's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
Saban thinks that's a funny.
Yeah, and he'll use it in a variety of different ways.
And the player should have stopped it there.
Right.
That would have been enough.
Yes.
Yeah.
Would have laughed at that. Everybody would have been playing that today.
Right. But can't play that.
But his next couple lines we cannot play.
Hilarious.
It's almost like he forgot. Did you know you were Did you know you were?
He's over behind a microphone in front of a bunch of people.
We're not sitting in the locker room.
But
anymore.
look, hey, like I say, the fact that
funny.
he's so serious, it makes it even funny.
Funny stuff. All right. We'll be right back. I wanted to say it again, but I did.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes until top of the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Our number. Eddie Van Adler, he's here. You've heard from him this hour or seen him. When it comes to spider webs and being attacked by a spider at his house, you've got to get video footage of that. Please make sure your camera's pointed that way. I need him, like, it looks like he's, fighting nothing.
Digging his way out of it.
Yeah. We've covered a number of different stories, just kind of hopping around a little bit. And this one here, I want to play it so bad, but it would be a slip cue, and I wouldn't know what it's going to do until I play it. But can I give you the headlines on this? They have on this website viral comedy way back Wednesday. I know we hate stuff like that. How about a yodeling throat singing duet? Enjoy a way back Wednesday from 2009 when a yodeler and a throat singer combined their skills in one fabulous display.
Not big on yodeling.
I wish Speedy could yodel. That was what he did.
I do too.
I wish that he would let people hire him out to come.
I want to hit play so bad, but
I wish you were like a really good yodeler.
Yeah, yodel. Hey.
You can look at little.
I wish you were an auctioneer.
Okay.
Yeah, with a tall cowboy hat on.
Everybody, how are you? I see what 5, 10.
Are there again? I'm to each his own. I'm asking the question. Are there people out there that are like, man, let's go watch the yodel concert tonight? Like,
sure.
Oh yeah, pretty
you
sure.
don't like good yodeling?
Is that a big
yodel?
deal?
Give me y'all's verse. Your
I'm
best
not trying to yodel.
version of yodeling. I'll play along.
Not trying.
You're not going to do it.
I can't do it.
Well, then
I can't do it.
How do you?
I can't do it.
Unbutton one button and try.
But that has nothing to do with it.
Well, just try.
Okay, Colin.
Well, I don't know how to yodel either.
You get back to thanking your assistants for your colonoscopy.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service cleaning out my room.
Here's me. Let me try it here.
For taking a peek at.
Well, I can do that.
I hear the yodel. Now, what is that?
It's a slip cue. 2009. A yodeler and a throat singer combined.
Well, what's a throat
skills.
singer?
I can do that, Speedy. I can throat sing.
You be the throat singer. I needed more than this. I needed more than that. Is there a video? Oh, there's video. I need to get in when you're. I need to really get into when they're just really getting.
I would rather have just a yodeler.
Yodel. Yeah, I'd rather just have a yodel. Leave throat singer out.
Yeah. What is a throat singer anyway?
I've never heard of that.
It's a throat singer.
Anybody can do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yodelay.
Wow, the guy is an Asian man with a ponytail that is the throat singer.
The yodeler.
Yes. I thought that would be better than that. The headline got me. That's what they do. They do that.
Yeah,
why do they do that?
Wasn't that good?
Wasn't that good? It really wasn't.
Would you rather? Would you rather go to the opera or a yodel concert?
Opera.
Yodel.
Really?
Opera, that drives me nuts.
I've never been to an opera.
And yodel doesn't.
No, I can deal with yodel way before I can that opera.
Really?
All that mess.
I've never been to one.
I haven't either.
So I'm just saying.
I have not been to either one. I think I would rather go to an opera than I would a yodel, but I don't really know.
I don't know how to say this in the nicest kind of way. I feel like the yodeling crowd would be more my people.
There's no doubt.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But I would like to go to an opera because I've never been to one.
I can't take that when people sing like they do in the opera. I can't hear that.
Yeah.
It bothers me.
Really?
Does it like physically hurt you?
It does. It physically hurts me. And I know that's considered really talent. I'm sure it is, but I just can't take it.
I know people that like put it on in their house and they'll be, they just love on it. And I can't.
They got mental problems.
Craig.
They do.
They got mental problems.
So when they say you have mental problems.
No, I'm not saying I love yodeling, but I said if I have to choose between the two, I'm going with the yodel.
What you just said was like people that listen and enjoy opera have mental problems.
Exactly. I'm standing behind that. Most of them really don't like it. Now, it falls into this category. I really don't like it, but it somehow makes me look, like I'm above everything because I actually like opera when I don't think anybody actually likes it.
I think there are people out there that actually enjoy it, Greg.
Nope.
I don't, but I think there are people out there that probably do.
But they think that it makes them look at me. I like opera when they really don't like it. They don't.
But that bubble has to burst at some point. You stop doing those
you
things
listen,
if you
have you
don't
heard
enjoy it. Yeah.
Have you heard that?
I don't get in the habit of doing things I don't enjoy.
I'll tell
and
you-
the operas are usually
that
packed
holler-
with people that actually enjoy listening to that.
Nah, I
Now, I'm
don't
not
think
one
so.
of those people.
I
But
don't think it does. Everybody there is faking.
I
it.
will tell you this: have y'all watched? And I've asked you this, and I think both of it's a no. Have y'all ever seen Bosch? Did y'all
Nah,
the
I think
Amazon
people are
Prime?
mentally ill that watch that too.
What? It's a
it's a
made
good show.
that. I've never seen it. I made that.
I have not watched the last
well,
two seasons.
You know, he's into jazz, and so every time
Yeah.
he comes home, he throws a record on,
Yeah.
and it's some kind of whatever. Matter of fact, there's even Bosch jazz playlists that you can go and see what he's
I'm not
playing
into
and stuff
jazz,
like
but I
that.
get that.
Yeah,
but opera, I don't see how there's any human
And
that likes that.
his home overlooks Los Angeles, and so every now and then
the
he'll go
view
in
from his place is
when he's
unreal.
kind of calming down. He'll throw some jazz music on, sit down, and I'm like,
You do that.
That's
But
pretty
now
relaxing.
some people do try to be sharp and claim they like jazz.
Yeah.
But you do have some.
I wish
there
I-
are some who try to jump on that bandwagon that don't like it.
How about this? Do y'all see yourselves, because they're coming back? Do y'all see yourselves getting a record player because
No.
they're coming back?
I have one.
Not a big
you
music
do.
guy, period.
Does it still work
Yeah, it
and
works.
plugged into anything, or just sitting in
If
the
I
garage?
wanted to, it would work.
Oh, you ain't got to talk down to me.
It
I'm just
sits out
wondering.
in the corner in the.
Okay, so it's
den.
built, it's already hooked up to a system that you
Yeah,
can
it's
play?
nothing. No, it's nothing huge. It's
Yeah.
just got little speakers. It's not like old stereo. I had an old stereo that was a big, nice stereo that had a turntable, and I found it, but I lost the rubber mat that goes on the part
Yeah,
where the record goes.
yeah.
I can't find it. I don't know where it went.
But you can go into places. I'm talking about like Best Buy, whatever, and they have a complete section for just that.
I'm not.
They're back.
I grew up with vinyl, but I'm not that one of these people. Hey, vinyl.
I used to have crates of vinyl
Oh yeah.
back in the
To me,
the DJing days.
still my favorite was the CD. I love it. It's durable. It sounds great.
Yeah,
I like the CD.
yeah, I do too. But we have a little section. I'm like, if we got a turntable or record player, whatever, we could put it there and put it into the system. But I'm like, everything's so easy now. It's like, oh, pull up a song, click play,
know,
and
I
then
do
there
that
you got
too,
it.
but-
I mean,
I remember when I was a kid, especially trying to get it on the cut you wanted to hear,
Yeah,
and maybe it was three
yeah.
deep into there, and you try to put it on the line, and then your needle would get dust on it, it'd slide all the way across. You'd have to clean the needle.
yeah,
Remember that sound?
yes, I do remember that.
Oh yeah.
Back
Now, what
to-
about, did you ever try to do it when the little arm, the magnet that would hold them up, and it would drop them
Yep.
when that one's supposed to, but it normally would drop more than one, and,
And did you ever have one that was a little bit warped? You put a quarter on top of
yeah.
it? So back where I started at 92J, and that comes up a lot, the Jacksonville
Oh,
State
yeah.
radio station, the cue speaker, which is what you use to cue things up and to listen to them and pre-screen them before they go on. It was underneath the counter. Well, the turntables were over here, so I'd be leaning trying to get it queued up, and then to where when I hit play, because you can't, you got to get it to where it's
You
supposed
back
to
it
be
up
and then do a half
little,
turn.
Yeah.
Or it'll go, and you don't want that.
I remember when Rick worked at that, I would go up there. I wasn't working there, but I'd just go hang out to watch. And,
Right.
Yeah. Queuing them up.
Yeah, you had to do that.
You don't have your two turntables from your DJ days?
No, I got rid of all that.
I wish you'd brought it back.
Where you at on the classical pieces, Greg?
Hate it.
Are people mentally ill for that too?
No, some people actually like that. It's that singing that I don't like. If I made myself, there's probably I could find one of those I could handle. That singing, that high pitched singing with that's unbelievable. There ain't nobody likes that. People, the person singing it don't even.
Greg, I don't like it either.
How about the people out there crying in the stands, in the audience, when they watch these
Trying to be
operas
sharp.
and
Trying to be sharp.
and
You
all
can't
that,
come
where
up with a tear, Greg.
Trying to be sharp.
Little Mozart.
I'd rather hear that than the yodeling. I'll tell you that.
Oh, 100%.
But not opera. Not opera.
No,
There's
not
nothing I want to
So
make
it's,
me
it's
listen.
that
to opera.
yodeling,
Beethoven,
and opera.
Bach, Mozart. You'll give that a little bit.
I'll give it a little bit.
Greg likes the classics.
Yeah. I'm not going to sit around and listen to it, but if I had to, I could.
Chopin.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to
6
my
minutes
knees.
past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun.
Day without him,
We start this hour ever since the attack on 9/11 20 years ago with the national anthem.
What?
It is 8 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, and here we go. Unpacking another day in the bizarro fake world in which we now live. Will of Meat still in play, hasn't happened yet this week. We'll could spin that baby today on the program. Wednesday Bible study returns today, live on the YouTube channel. Archived soon after to the YouTube and the podcast channel. We continue to walk through the book of 1 Corinthians. Today is a controversial topic in the Word of God. It's one of those that'll stir, and one of those that the Bible pretty straightforward about that makes us all pretty uncomfortable. So let's walk through that today. Right there he sits. Look at that. Look at him. Look at him. He rocked back like it ready to go. The silver tongue one. The man with a golden voice. Professional lunch eaters man of the year. The inventor of pizza and a cup of Shakespeare's worst nightmare. And the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey. Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Come on in.
Somebody said, never I will. Okay, I think he's back. Isn't he doing some kind of clay shoot pretty soon or something?
Oh, yeah.
He's got something going on.
Kevin will have some events now.
He'll have him a golf tournament. And he'll have him a clay shoot. You know why, don't you?
He likes being outdoors.
Why does he do it all the time?
Because he loves Jesus.
Because he loves you.
He does love you. He loves Rick and Bubba. He loves Jesus more.
So today, one thing, believe it or not, and it really is hard to think how quickly time is moving, and the older you get, the more that seems to happen. And we've covered why we think that's the truth and why it feels that way. But, Bubba, it's time for another Rick and Bubba CD. Did you know that? I
Yeah.
mean,
Oh, yeah.
we Speedy is working on it. He's putting it together, and it's time to send another one off. Now we get into that dilemma now. How many people still want a hard copy of a CD? So you have to think about that. Do we ever get to the point that this just straight out to the digital world? So we'll still do some hard copies. Don't know how many. Probably not a lot. But you got to have the hard copy. But you know what we need, and we're going to talk about it with the show a little bit today. We need a title.
Yep, got to have a title.
So we've been throwing some around. Speedy and I were discussing this a little bit yesterday when I saw him in there putting it together. Number one, I thought, especially the times we're living in, still not canceled.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Which is pretty prevalent.
That's right up there with 14 years and still no awards that happen on year 14.
I think it might be helpful to set the tone for coming up with the title for this year if we read off the titles of years past.
Oh my gosh, we can pull them up pretty easy now, though. Can't we?
We'll pull them up.
So let's do that for fun. That will be fun to relive some of these titles. By the way, another one. It's a Fake World.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one. And by the way, that's never been more true. I look around now and I'm just like, so this is just all a show now. Everything is just a show. It's inconsistent. There's no consistency. It's just we're just kind of pretending so many things.
I was thinking about one coming in this morning called D's Bits.
Okay, you went there.
That's a good one. I like that.
Guys, that's when let me tell you, and it was Helmsley, I think, right? When that was sent to me yesterday, and this is the press conference with somebody from Alabama talking about Coach Saban. We can't.
I think it is a player.
Okay, so it is a player. Okay, one time we thought it was a player, then we thought it might be a graduate assistant, but we're back to it's a player. By the way, if it's a player, it makes it even more outrageous. It's almost like I don't know. Did the player not know what he was? Does he not know what that is? Or
Pretty funny.
especially when he put the second phrase in there, which I mean, we can't play it. I mean, you can't play it on the show, really.
No.
When he's asked about some of Nick Saban's favorite sayings, and I don't know if I don't know if the young man just, maybe he has. We've talked about this, Bubba, and this is one of the things you've been researching for a long time: spatial displacement.
Yes. Yes.
Where you don't really understand where you are and what's going on. I think
it's that feeling you get when you get a bad batch of Tamiflu.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
And I don't know if the young man just because they kind of pressured him that you could tell they wanted something funny, and it's like.
Gave it to him.
But you know how sometimes you're asked a question nobody told you were going to be asked.
Boy, the room got quiet, didn't it?
Yeah, and like later on in the day, you come up with some great answers to the question. It's just right then you couldn't quite grab it.
So true.
Yeah, and so you
and they backed that up with I don't know if it was a recent interview or past comments from a former player that's in the NFL now, and he was very clear about some of that.
Yeah, I don't remember that, but you're right.
No, it was in the
meaning there's some consistency with what
it was on AL.com yesterday.
Yeah, what I'm saying is though, when the young man made the second phrase, the first one was bad enough because you think, well, he may not know what that means. But then the second phrase that he used, and I want to be sure I have this right, at a press conference.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
Okay. I just want to be sure. Media days. I mean, like during the week. When you have
media.
Yeah, there it is, right there.
You have that day after the game, usually on a Tuesday. I guess that's what this was.
That's
where they discuss the game and they send you a few players over, and the coach comes over and has a few words.
My guess is he won't be back.
So I don't think he'll make the weekly press conference anymore.
Will he have to run is the question.
What about when a kid says something on the weekly press conference that you can't play on the show, but yet it was there?
Yeah.
It's just I couldn't believe what I was watching and hearing.
I didn't know what to do with it.
I mean, it just
For just a minute, I thought Greg was at the press conference. I had to turn it up and see who that was.
At one time,
we all get that little humor line.
Yeah. Well, Greg, at one time, I thought to myself, well, this is the edgiest SEC shorts I've ever seen.
That one I thought was funny.
So, wow, that's 15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number, and thank you for being with us today. As I mentioned, Will of Mead is in play. We'll spend some time on the program today discussing potential names for the next Rick and Bubba CD, which will be out just in time for Christmas. So we'll try to get a name for that today, or at least names that we'll consider. So there were some that were hoping that some way, somehow, that Californians, enough of them would be tired of the direction of the country. I heard on my way in today, I was listening to someone who, Steve Farrar. Steve Farrar, was from California, and he was talking about how he spent time as a truck driver, even in San Francisco, and what a beautiful city it was. And he said that's always been immoral. He said that's not what I'm talking about. It's always been immoral. He said, in comparing the state of San Francisco when he was a young man driving a truck there, delivering air freight, he said, compared to the San Francisco today, he said today it is not a beautiful city. It is a dangerous city. It is crime-ridden. It is nasty. Some of it looks very third world-like. But I guess the people of California are going to say we'll have another, please.
The people of California have spoken. They voted no to the recall election, and Gavin Newsom will remain governor. They threw all the resources they could, including the president, coming to support that, and Californians voted to keep him. So, you get what you ask for in that case. I thought Larry Elder did a great job.
Sure he did.
In his campaign, and he also was very. He even said, "Let's be gracious in defeat." So. But he also said we lost this battle, but we're not going to lose the war. So he will still remain a force in California politics, and he really is one of the classy acts out there.
Yeah, no doubt. But here is Governor Gavin Newsom, and again, there seems to be this delusion that Trump is still running for everything.
Still running against Trump.
Yeah. All right. So here we go.
And I think about just in the last, few days, and the former president put out saying this election was rigged. Democracy is not a football. You don't throw it around. It's more like antique vase. You can drop it and smash it in a million different pieces.
Yeah, you can.
And that's what we're capable of doing if we don't stand up to meet the moment and push back. I said this many, many times on the campaign trail. We may have defeated Trump, but Trumpism is not dead in this country. The big lie, January 6th insurrection, all the voting suppression efforts that are happening all across this country, what's happening, the assault on fundamental rights, constitutionally protected rights of women and girls. It's a remarkable moment in our nation's history.
Did this guy talk about people's rights? Did I hear that correct? Did he literally talk about the government trampling individual people's rights?
He did.
Did Governor Newsom just say that?
Yeah.
See what I'm talking about? The fake world we live in?
Yeah.
It's just a bunch of, he knows, but by the way he actually governs, that he is a ruling class elitist. Mm-hmm. Look, this is not words. These are not Rick's words. These are the way this man has lived out as the governor that we all saw that he didn't think we'd see.
Right.
Back to the great line from the Avengers. That guy versus playing Galaga, he didn't think we'd notice, but we did. And yeah. So it's so anyway, these words and all this, and I love this, the fact that Trump is the one who tries to get in the way of the will of the people. That party doesn't. You remember back when back when the people voted Trump in, what did they say in the beginning? The election was rigged.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah. It all just depends who ends up ahead.
And they tried to undermine what appeared to be the people's choice just like it appears to be the people's choice with Biden. Okay. Mm-hmm. So, but they tried to undermine everything because the candidate wasn't who they wanted the people to elect. The people went rogue and went outside the normal politician, and of course the ruling class got furious with all of us about that. And again, there were times when Trump's personality it didn't help him.
Yeah.
But they tried to take all that and look for some kind of stronghold. That he was some evil tyrant that was coming to take over the world, while they were growing the central government into a tyrannical government that you see now is trying to take over all of your lives. And then, but he can look you in the eye and say that he's here to stand up for people's individual liberties. But what he's doing is he's picking and choosing the emotional topics. See, he wants to step in for what they'll claim is women's health choices when it comes to whether we just want to have a conversation about where life begins. Scientifically, like I said, doesn't even have to be a biblical worldview. We just need to, is walking around humane human beings, is this something we should be doing as birth control or not? Well, see, he wants to be sure that nobody infringes on that right. But if you really watch his life, he doesn't mean he doesn't want the government to infringe on everybody's rights.
Well, he doesn't want the government to infringe on a woman's reproductive organs, but to have no problem grabbing her arm, putting a vaccine in it.
Absolutely. See the inconsistency of all that.
It just depends where you're touching, I guess.
Yeah, but thank you. Yeah. But anyway, so this is the Trumpism is still alive, and Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, isn't it funny that the whole thing, he even makes out like we defeated Trump and Trumpism and all this. How has Trumpism affected California at all?
Not much.
But see, that plays to the voters,
you're
though.
2 to
they
1.
Know that.
You're 2 to 1 Democrat.
Right.
I doubt there is any Republican of any statue with any elected office in California. I don't know, but I assume that there's not. I haven't heard of any in a long time. But Rick, here is, after the big victory that the governor did go out and celebrate at the French Laundry. So,
oh my. That is funny, by the way. But here's the bottom line. Here's what we believe. The people of California have the right to be governed in their state from a state level however they want to. And if this is what
they want to run it in the ground, run it in the ground.
If the majority of the people of California
have a nice day
want this type of government, then they just said that's what we want, and that's fine. Some of the people of California didn't want it, but there weren't enough of them.
Right.
Okay, so now the people who don't want this, you either stay and try to win future elections, or if you think there's no hope that this type of governing will ever end, you leave and go live somewhere else.
Yep.
And so there it is. The people
that's how it works. We don't declare that we need to stack the Supreme Court of California because they rule in ways we don't like it and all of that. Look, you had your voice and you spoke, and that's it. I do think, and I heard one of the he's from one of the universities there. They have basically a think tank that's coming up with suggestions for things in California, and one of them is that they raise the bar on these recalls because we've had this before. And you won. Well, I don't know what the number was. 61%. Newsom won with no's last night, which is a pretty big majority. And it's very expensive to have these recalls.
Yeah.
So maybe they need to raise the bar for a recall. Maybe you need more signatures, or maybe you need to do away with it and just live through a bad governor for 4 years and then change it then. I don't know.
So Governor Newsom will not be recalled. He remains the governor.
Congratulations, California. You have spoken.
You have spoken. Bottom of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show continuing right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
show. Thanks for being with us. All right, we'll continue to unpack the stories of the day. I do want to point you to candidco.com/Bubba. candidco.com/Bubba. If you are uncomfortable with your smile and you've got some uneven, crooked teeth that you've been meaning to address and you just never got around to it, or maybe and you're like, man, when I think about traditional braces, maybe you've gotten a little older and you're like, no. Maybe candidco.com can do for you what they've done for so many. These are comfortable. They're practically invisible. They're removable aligners that are designed specifically for you by an orthodontist, not a general dentist. We love our general dentists, but their expertise is not tooth movement. And so some of the competitors with candidco.com/Bubba keep claiming, hey, we got something over here too for you. But they're using general dentists, so be aware of that because that's not the expert in this particular field. So orthodontist with you from the very beginning. You'll have the same orthodontist the entire time. The treatment takes for it to be finished about 6 months, but you'll start seeing results way before then. And you can do it from home, or you can go to one of the studios near where you live if they have one. So go to candidco.com/Bubba. If you use our code Bubba, you will get $75 off the starter kit. That's candidco.com/Bubba, using the promo code Bubba to get $75 off the starter kit. You also can find it at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, did you want me to just cut Greg's mic off?
Yeah, just so I can get this information in without being totally thrown off here.
I've turned his mic off just so you can have this moment uninterrupted.
2 stories today Greg won't get to be in. This is one of them.
Okay, right. Yeah, the other one, no way.
I am.
It's history today.
SpaceX is set to make history with the first all-civilian crew launched into orbit, and the launch window on that tonight should start at 8:02 Eastern Daylight Time. So it'll be kind of late. They've got several hours they can go, and they have a backup window for tomorrow night. So we'll see how that goes. We have 4 civilians, no professional astronauts, are going to be shot into space. How about that?
Well, I'm not playing the role of Greg here, and I promise this will be brief. Right. Okay, so I want you to look again at the team picture.
I know that picture's not a good picture.
No, look right there. Now listen to this, because this is what hit me when I see this picture of the team, and I don't know why they took it this way. It may be who's SpaceX? What is that? Is that Musk?
Yeah,
Elon. They may just be having fun. Okay.
Yeah.
But you know what it looks like? It looks like a new series, a new sitcom on cable. Yes. That is making fun of the space race.
Yeah.
And this is their cast.
It's like Spaceballs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's what it looks like. It looks like, like that cop show that's got them all acting like a bunch of doofuses and all that. I forget what it's called, but what is it called?
What was it?
It was
Reno 911?
Yes. That's what it looks like. It looks like SpaceX 911.
Yeah. Again, Mr. Peepers is piloting the show.
There he goes again. I'm sorry.
I'm
taking his mic back down.
Now, Rick, get this.
Especially if
they're going to orbit the Earth for 3 days. They'll have an orbital altitude. I can't talk now.
Greg,
altitude.
Now he's miming stuff over here.
Of 360 miles higher than the International Space Station or the Hubble Space Telescope. At that height, the Dragon crew will circle the globe every 90 minutes at a speed of 17,000 miles per hour, or roughly 22 times the speed of sound. Moving on.
Greg, you can't talk.
Sorry, can't hear you.
You can't. I've got you cut off.
Can't
hear
you.
I'm sorry, Greg. I tell you one thing.
I bet little Ellis will enjoy watching it.
Well, he might get excited about that. Now I hope it's not too loud to begin with. And then but once he settles in, as a matter of fact, here's the good and the bad, Bubba. The good news is I cut Greg's mic off so he couldn't comment, especially when they just showed a picture of the rocket. But unfortunately, I just got a text from Nick Saban, and he's got a funny joke.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure he's got a good line about
it. You think Saban didn't like that, what was it, Blue Orbit or whatever it was?
I know, Greg. I'm cutting it back on.
Blue Origin.
That's it. I'm turning it back down. So we'll see how it goes. All civilians going up.
That's right.
That is.
Boy, I hope this all goes off smooth.
All right, Greg, I'm powering your mic back up.
What why did I get turned down for that? It ain't. Now, if it had been the Blue Origin rocket, yeah.
No, but what I'm saying is, Greg, this is space, and this is.
I like space.
This is one of the few
I don't
topics.
jump in and make negative remarks when you're talking about your grandkids.
Right.
Big difference.
Well, not to Bubba. Not to Bubba, Greg. This is he doesn't have any Greg. He didn't have grandkids yet. This is always
but I like space. I'm not anti-space.
He is. He's probably on the. Can I tell you something?
All about space.
Here's where you're in a bit of a dilemma because he's dangerous.
I watch Apollo 13 every time it's on.
But honestly, if
Bubba,
you
don't
get
fall for this.
if you get in a,
he's trying to draw you in.
No.
I always like space.
I just want to make a statement and agree with Greg.
Even
but
the
it's
fake stuff.
But it's dangerous, Bubba. It's dangerous because really, honestly, just being completely honest. And I don't know Adler's view of it that much, but when you start talking about this stuff, really, Greg on the team is the most interested.
Yeah.
But he's dangerous.
His interest is not always. But it's kind of like stomping an ant bed because
that's
you're
my point.
interested in it.
You don't want it to be too stiff. You know what I mean? I mean, it's got to be.
Well, there's nothing about SpaceX that's stiff. I mean, they launched a car into orbit.
Right. That's it.
Yeah.
But I mean, as far as the topic, he's probably the most interested other person on the staff.
Yeah. I like space travel. I'd like to see. I don't know about taking 4 people just randomly pick and throw them up in space.
You know what that's like, though? It's like, she's the prettiest one in the room, but she's crazy.
Yeah.
I do like space.
I know you do.
I like more of the history, the old stuff.
He does love all that.
You're seeing history made.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
you're living the
It's
history.
just something about it. Just to me, it doesn't live up to like the Mercury and all that. It just this is some rich guy and I'm throwing rockets around.
Right. Who's he think he is? Kim Jong Un?
Yeah, I'm saying.
By the way, did you see that today?
We're all Bezos. I got one. Of course, I'd like to see a different design.
All right.
Okay, buddy.
All right, Nick Saban.
But we're throwing rockets. Yeah.
Listen,
to me,
this
it's
is
dumbing it down.
This is what I really like about this. For 10 years, we've had nothing.
I'd like to see NASA.
Nothing. Now we've got 3 private companies that are actively involved in space. We got other minor companies trying to get stuff into orbit. We got NASA going to launch something here, their new space launch system soon. So you know what? We're launching rockets again.
We are.
That's exciting.
But I'm just saying, you see astronauts, people like Deke, Buzz. You had those. Now we're taking big ears and some guy that got a contest. Now he won it because he's in a contest.
Right.
It's just what I'm saying. I want the heroes.
Well, they're trying to open space up to
where's Deke and Buzz and all them with cool nicknames.
Oh my God.
Gus. Cool nicknames.
We've got to open
now
it
we
up.
got
I heard that.
We got Mr. Peepers and some guy who looks like he's got a look on his face like somebody broke wind around him.
Rick,
and they went with that
mic
picture.
is on.
I thought we were going to the next topic. I'm sorry.
Well, this is how he does it. He brings you in and he bites
I told you don't
But
buy
y'all don't
into
see
this.
the point.
Yeah, I do see.
I think to me, and I appreciate
His
the
mic's on again.
private industry and all
Rick,
that,
it
but
appears to be
it's
on.
losing a little prestige.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is, I think what Bubba's trying to say, and I think this is what I hear, is that maybe these people will force the heroes to come back.
That's right.
They are becoming the
maybe so.
heroes. It's the next generation, and it's not. It's going to be. There's going to be a lot more heroes. Hopefully.
Well, I think Greg's saying, look at the state of our world. These are our heroes.
Well, let me tell you, goofy looking maybe, and a bad picture for sure.
Oh, no doubt.
But when you strap into that thing, you got
Yeah. Okay, go ahead,
There's
Coach.
another line.
Go ahead, Coach.
There's another line there, but I'm not going to say it.
Pause.
That's
A lot of courage.
listen, that's
I've cut it.
and when they
Okay.
there you go.
I like space.
He likes space. That was my last thing I let him say.
Space and chicken.
He likes space and he likes chicken.
Yep.
Okay, that's right.
I hope Ellis stays up and watches.
By the way, did Greg just say I like space?
Yes,
He did. He did.
I do.
Yeah.
I like all that, especially the old stuff.
Right, I got you.
I can't believe, Bub, you
How
didn't,
you
you didn't
know
watch
stuff,
Apple TV's For All Mankind. I can't believe you didn't watch
Well,
that.
See, that
It's
I love
irresponsible
stuff like
that you have
Well-
not watched
Well,
it.
it ain't real.
Well, neither is Star Trek. I mean, but you
or
watch
the
that.
walking on the moon.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Here we go.
You know, there is one thing that I love about this mission. Every time we have somebody go up, that the flat Earth people have to come up with
Oh,
some
Bubba,
excuse
please don't
for it.
open that again because they will.
And see, when it comes to the International Space Station, they always say, well, they're not high enough. They're not high enough. Well, see, this is going up quite a bit higher than they are. So
Right.
I don't know how they'll deal with that.
Can I just tell you this?
Can they get a picture of the ice wall while they're up there?
No.
Can I tell you this, Bubba? And this is nothing I like to add to the fake world we live in because we're living in a very frustrating world right now. But guys, can I tell everybody out there, whatever happened to I believed something, which is perfectly fine. The more information I got, I realized that was wrong, and I've changed my mind on it. When's the last time anybody changed their mind on anything?
No,
I mean, they'll just
they lock in.
They'll just stay in their tribe, and
you can't go. I see that different now.
Yeah, and then you say, well, I think this refutes that. No, that's still what I believe. No, that ain't right. Yeah. Okay. At some
all
point,
the proof in the world.
There used to be a time you'd develop a point of view, and then if it stood the test, you would move forward. If it didn't, you'd go, hey, I guess that's wrong.
It's like just any point right now. Somebody has to debate it.
Right.
Yeah.
15 minutes to the top.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us. We're going to talk naming this year's CD a little bit coming up next hour. So we're gathering all the information so we can look at what names have already been there. And it really kind of ties in to this next deal is because a lot of you, last year it was, the Follow the Science, a radio pandemic. And some of you are wanting to stay with pandemic
it's still going,
type stuff. Yeah. And one of them in our COVID update today, the ever confusing, fusing, ever evolving, I don't even know what to say about it. It's so hard to follow. Ever politicized. I guess I should put that out there. So now a little video and audio of Dr. Fauci, because some of you are suggesting, and I'm seeing some of these, and we'll get to a full-blown look at it coming up next hour, that we should name the CD It's Problematic. It's problematic. But so 2 years ago, now remember, I'm going to tell all of you, and this is going to hurt some feelings out there, because I'm going to have to be the adult that walks in the room with the children and tells you some things that are true that you don't want to believe, okay? Because especially when your health's on the line. Okay, and that is that I just need all of you to know, based on statements that we had, and that's not what we're about to listen to, if Donald Trump would have been elected for a second term as president, just so you know, the same people that want to force you and mandate you to take a vaccine would be against it. Mm-hmm. And they would hate it because Trump's presidency rushed it to the operation, what was it called? Operation Warp Speed, and they would all be saying we're very concerned about a vaccine that was rushed to market by this tyrannical president. So that's what everybody would be saying, just so you know. The only reason why they're for it is because Trump didn't win. If he had won, they would not be saying the things that they're saying, unfortunately, because remember, tell me one time, if you don't believe that's true, tell me one time that anybody in the current administration has mentioned that Donald Trump agrees with them and he thinks everybody should be vaccinated too. He doesn't believe it should be mandated. He never said that. But he is pro-vaccine. He said it on this show. Yeah. He said it. Have you heard anybody on the left say, well, Donald Trump even agrees with us?
Yeah.
I mean, you haven't heard that.
He said it at his rally in Coleman, got booed, but yeah.
Right. So, yeah, because you need to know the room. But anyway, so this also is a little bit troubling. When we go 2 years ago, you're about to hear Dr. Fauci. It's problematic. You're going to hear Dr. Fauci 2 years ago. And the funny thing is that Adler put on the videos today that are available to us. He sounds like Joe Rogan. So that's funny. So here is Fauci from two years ago. Here we go.
To prevent getting an infectious disease and having to have you as my doctor is what? Wearing a mask.
No.
Don't need to do that. If I can see they're ready to sneeze or cough, walk away.
You avoid all the paranoid aspects and do something positive. A, good diet. B, you don't smoke, I know. I know you don't drink, at least not very much, so that's pretty good. Get some exercise. I know that you don't get as much exercise as you should.
That's correct.
Get good sleep. I think the normal, low-tech, healthy things are the best thing that you can do, David, is stay healthy.
All right, well, I'm going to.
He's a wellness guy.
Yeah. Wow. So all of a sudden,
that's shocking.
This
what a medical breakthrough.
But this is what Joe Rogan has been saying. He goes, we've become a people that say, my next pharmaceutical, please. And Rogan's saying, really, your body is set up to naturally really fight off a lot. Yeah. And probably if you kept your body healthy, and you kept, yourself exercising, eating well, and avoided some of the things in life that are vices for us that are not good for us, you probably, and you remember what the guy said to begin with. If you heard the first part of the video, the guy's saying, should I put a mask on? Yeah. And should I just, isolate myself away from people? All these things, by the way, the government says we should do now, and Fauci even agrees now. Yeah. That's not what he
almost laughed about it. Like, I can't even believe you bringing this up.
You know what he's saying? Don't become some paranoid person that wears a mask all the time.
Right.
And and he now has 2 masks on. Don't miss that.
Oh yeah, we went through that.
Right. And so anyway, and that's the thing that makes us hard to follow. Mm-hmm. We also have somebody sent me the story. They said one of the things that they are now researching, and I said this statement on the air, and I'm saying this because, like the rest of you, I'm working through all this too in the times we're living in, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend that there's never been a time that it hasn't gotten to me and bothered me and had me going, man, this is just so depressing and so, and hey, I'm at times I've been fearful and, and concerned. So I'm not acting like that's never happened to me. But I also have to remember through the prism of what I believe is true, that this anxiety and this fear is actually very unhealthy for me and anyone. And I said on the air, I've come to the conclusion that I can make myself sick worrying about being sick.
Yeah, you can. You really can.
Right. And so they actually have a study that just came out, and some of the people they're dealing with that have not done well, they're noticing, and look, we all know this, that obesity is a big mark against you, okay? And the other one, and you could really put under that being unhealthy, okay? I know that's the first thing we always throw around, but really, because there's a lot of people that are not overweight that are grossly unhealthy. But they're using that as almost an indicator of if you're living a very unhealthy lifestyle, you're probably going to have a harder time with this than someone who isn't. And some people you go, well, that person seemed healthy, but they might have had some other kind of genetic insult.
Well, they just may not be sleeping well.
That is the line, and that's probably the average, but not always.
Not always.
I mean, we've seen some of these cases that are just mind-boggling where these very healthy people have come down with it.
Yeah, and sometimes somebody's called very healthy, though, that we don't know very well.
Correct.
We don't know how much they sleep. We don't know what, we don't know whatever.
Yeah.
But anyway, I understand what you're saying. But they said, but I was really getting to the bigger point of this that was something we all need to look at, is they said in the number, one of the things they ranked just as high as your health is fear. Mm-hmm. They said these people that have lived their life terrified about this have done very poorly.
Yeah.
Because being terrified, look, guys, we all know, and I know this is more depression, but it's in the same line about how your emotions and your psyche can affect you. We all know. I know it in people that I know. There are people that have been married for a long, long time and have this outstanding, beautiful marriage the way God intended it. No marriage is perfect, but you know what I mean. Yeah. And they will have a spouse that will die from some sort of sickness, and they're by all accounts perfectly healthy, and they die within a few months or a year because just the death of the person they love killed them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Literally dying of a broken heart.
Correct. Yeah. And we all those things. And so they're saying with this disease, with this virus, the same thing. And, and it's funny, and I know some of you don't believe what we believe, and that's fine. But it is interesting that what we believe is the Word of God tells you that. Be anxious about nothing. I did not call you to a spirit of fear. In this world you will face tribulation, but remember to have peace in your heart. Never lose that. Never lose the joy, because I've ultimately overcome this. Don't be surprised that a fallen creation that I told you was falling, that I'm going to refine, is falling apart. Remember how this ends, and so it is interesting that how many times have things that we believe come from the Word of God keep being affirmed.
Yep.
And because when you start thinking about that anxiety and fearful and paranoia and all that is actually sin.
Yeah.
You see it in a whole different way. Now, some of you, that's not your view, but I would just say it's unhealthy for you then if you don't believe that.
Yeah.
It's almost like God knows what he's doing, and he kind of knows what
he designed the product.
That's what I was going to say.
He's good to write the owner's manual.
Right. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's not a good sign there, gentlemen. 6.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show coming to you from the Rick and Bubba Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang all here for a brand new hour. And we're thankful that you've joined us. So let's welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. And as I look over these CD names over the years, I have a smile on my face. Well, these are good.
Well, let's take a little trip through Rick and Bubba history. The show's 27 years old. Will be 28 in January 2022. We established this show as I was trying to play there, and it was, for some reason, this thing delayed. But since 1994, it was all created. Bubba and I did a year and a half with you coming in on as a character, and then we became the Rick and Bubba Show in 1994 in January, the first whatever day that was that we came back from Christmas break, and that's when we celebrate our anniversary going forward. It's somewhere in those first few days of January.
Yeah.
So when we started out, because it's getting time to name this year's CD, we were very, very. I think it had to be hilarious to the people that we were working with.
I love that picture.
Because you have to understand what now has become the Rick and Bubba Show and Rick and Bubba Incorporated was just a local morning show on a local station. But Bubba and I always, learn, and I know some of the things I'm about to say is going to sound odd, but that we are odd because of some of the places we draw from. And we always had the mentality of the supergroup KISS. Get you a following, and then that following, merchandise. We started charging for T-shirts when no one had T-shirts that anybody. The audacity that we thought anybody wanted to buy it, but the fact that you now have T-shirts for sale, not some cheap T-shirt you're giving away, people begin to think, what? Well, this must be big time. Mm-hmm. Even when it wasn't.
Rick, I wish you wouldn't give away all the details.
We also learned, Greg, if you act big time, people think you are.
That's right.
And so what we did is we kind of built this, and that's the beauty of radio. I talked about this when I got to talk to that corporate deal in Destin. As I said, I still believe radio is the greatest medium because even though TV is fascinating, we all like TV, I don't ever feel like I know the people on TV. But I always felt like I knew the guy on the radio. There's just something about that. So you can create this world in your mind, and I think it's a disservice to the generations now, is they don't have to imagine anything. Mm-hmm. We had to imagine everything. And radio would take you into a world that you were seeing in your mind that was a lot of fun. And so we created, what is, continuing now, thank you, Lord, to be. So we started out, we said, you know what, why don't we take some of the parts of the show and create best of cassettes. Mm-hmm. Cassettes.
Yeah.
There were no such thing in a CD.
Yeah, there was nothing else. That was the state of the art at the time.
So we started in '94. I mean, right out of the gate, I'm not making this up. People would come to the lobby. They would order one of our best of cassettes, and this is how big our audience was. And Bubba, because I don't think it was me that did it.
No, I did it.
Yeah, would run into the studio, little production
I had
room.
my office in the engineering room. I had a high-speed dubbing deck.
And he would dub you
and
a
I had
cassette.
a bunch of blanks.
Yeah.
I had a box full of blanks.
And
I got from Long's Electronics.
Yeah, I remember that. And Bubba would dub your best of cassette. Mm-and we'd walk out to the lobby and hand it to him.
Yeah, we didn't even have stickers on it to begin with. That was later on when we got fancy.
Yeah. So, and I remember the first time someone made us one that we could put in there. We're like, wow, look at that. So anyway, so we're going to give you every single name, including the cassettes, year by year, and then we're going to name the upcoming CD. Now, for those of you that are modern day, you're new to the show. We're meeting new people all the time, which is exciting. However, you're getting the show now. And there's so many ways to do it. You can go to iTunes and all of our past CDs. Now, the cassettes aren't there because we were not able to ever get them in the digital domain. But all the CDs are there. So you can see that if we put it out from 98 on, they're all there. And now if you're looking for hard copies, some of them we still have stock of, especially the one that we did the Walmart deal with because they really burned us on that. We got plenty of those. Yeah. Some of them we have hard copies still at rickandbubba.com under the store. Some of them are only available in the digital domain. So, Bubba, did we walk through it, sir?
Yeah, we began with the cassette tapes in 1994, Butt Naked Christmas.
Okay, that was...
And that was actually a forerunner of the modern version of the Rick and Bubba Show.
And to no one's surprise, this was 2 years before I was redeemed by Jesus.
That's it.
Okay, all right, so go.
And then we moved to the Best of Rick and Bubba, 1995. That's when we was more official then at that point. Pass the Gravy, Please, 96. Living Large in 97.
See, that one I don't remember.
Smell of Success, that was 98. Stay in It Volume 1 and Stay in It Volume 2, both in 1999. Hey Buddy, You're Broadcasting, 2000.
Thank you, Greg.
That was a big landmark year.
Gosh, that was good.
Yeah. So then we start 2001, a radio oddity. She Commenced to Shaving. We Got It Like We Like It. How About That? Pull Our Finger in 2005, Radio Gold Volume 1, 2006, ... and Cake, 14 years, still no awards, Radio Revolution, Don't Think We Got the Tools to Pull This Off, that was 2010, Good Night, Look at That, 2011, Triple Option, Again, Let Me Be Clear, One Score and Several Pounds Ago in 2014, Wow, What a Wheel, Who's Got It Better Than Us? That was 2016. Can't Have Nothin', 2017. Making Radio Great Again, 2018. 25 Big Ones for 2019. And last year in 2020, Follow the Science, a Radio Pandemic.
So there they are. That's all the names that have been used. So we probably want to stay away from anything that would be similar to any of these, and we certainly don't want to use some that have already been used. So I've been looking over some of the things that people have been sending in, and we can start that process on looking for the name, and then we'll kind of decide. And honestly, based on the time we wanted out, the actual bits are pretty close to being done, but the artwork has not begun, and we can't start the artwork until we know what the name is. And that artwork takes some time. So if you start looking over some of the things that people have suggested, you got some that are talking about the pandemic still. Here's a pretty good one. We'll circle back to you. That's a tribute to Saki. You have the other, name it problematic and anecdotal, but I don't think we can say anecdotal.
Yeah, problematic and anecdotal. Ooh, it's hard together.
But problematic would be fine.
Yeah, problematic.
That's good. And
doing the editing, I will say this: a couple of lines that were in it were still not canceled because we were talking about something, and the other one is we've made it this far.
Yeah.
That was when we were talking about a subject, and you're always worried you're going to get canceled because of something we say, Greg, and that was just brought up in one of them. So those two stood out to me just as themes of some of the I almost said songs, bits.
Well, they're kind of like songs.
Yeah. Here's a good one. Despite all appearances, we are not confused. That's pretty good, Fred. Fred, that's pretty good, buddy. If you build it, Greg will crush it.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's
like
good.
That. Good night, look at Span.
Yeah.
That was there. That was that part of that bit.
Yeah, I got that. So these are some pretty good ideas, and the other one we had is It's a Fake World. We got that one, and so we'll take some suggestions from you when we come back at 866 We Be Big. Here's somebody having fun too. All natural, free range.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, that's good.
All natural, free range.
Right. Here's somebody suggested we just call it antibodies. So we'll come back. We'll take your suggestions and we'll kind of work our way through it. 866 We Be Big. All 10 lines are available. We'll chat with you when we return. What should we name this year's Best of CD? 2021. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. All right. Lots and lots of titles coming in for this year's CD. Let's go to the phones first, and then if you guys want to add, you can read the many that you're all seeing and that I am seeing coming in on email. So let's go to Greg out of the great state of Mississippi. Hey, Greg, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you, buddy?
I'm great, guys. In honor of the best line I heard on this show all year, the title should be "Get Your Head Out of the Way and We'll Get Started."
Yeah, that's that's a good one. That one's I heard all kinds of things that were similar from my own dad. Let's go to Tony in Alabama. Tony, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Sexiest antibodies alive.
Okay. All right. So anything about we were laughing, and this is one we were playing with ourselves in the break. Vax me, baby.
Yeah. I like mask me, baby, or vax me, baby.
Yeah.
Then go, yee, yee.
Let's go to Gene in Dothan, News Talk 1039. Gene, go ahead.
I've vacillated between necessary and unnecessary, but I'd say Rick and Bubba, an unnecessary shot in the arm.
Well, there you go. I would say necessary now, sir.
Yes,
yeah, I agree.
Yes, please.
Nick in Alabama. Nick, go ahead. Welcome.
Good morning, gentlemen. I think my world is pretty well summed up by who to thunk it.
Who to thunk it? Okay. All right. Let's go. Chris in Alabama. Chris, go ahead.
I think you need to say big boys to the moon.
All right.
By the way, ask me in the break about a theory I have.
Okay.
Stacy in Alabama. Stacy, go ahead.
Good morning, Monkey Grass.
Hey, thank you so much, Stacy, for the call. What's on your mind?
I think you should call it Rick and Bubba, the natural antibodies.
Rick and Bubba, the natural antibodies. Okay. Or something along those lines.
I
Maybe
like
word
that.
it differently.
I like that.
Parker in Alabama.
What about swallow the science?
Parker, go ahead.
Meet, 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 meet.
Hey, fellas. I think you should call it just kind of in honor. This is in honor of Speedy here and in honor of you guys who've done this. The Rick and Bubba Show. Roll over and tuck.
Okay. Brandon in West Point. Brandon, go ahead.
Antibodies against ignorance. Says it all.
Sure. Carrie in Huntsville. Carrie, go ahead.
Hey, guys, good morning. I think politically incorrect.
Politically incorrect, pretty straightforward. Let's go to Alana in Texas.
Oh, it's Alan.
I'm sorry.
But,
I'm
anyway.
sorry. You got an A put on your name there on the board. Go ahead, Alan.
Oh, come on, man.
Okay. All right, guys.
We got, come on, man, it's just a radio show.
Yeah,
we had
right.
that one in the email.
I'm going to say right now, emailers are beating the callers.
They are.
Okay, the
This one here is pretty interesting.
Yeah, right. Yes,
Instead
right.
of COVID-19, call it COVID-27. Because it's our 27th.
Oh,
year.
I got you.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
I
got
got
you.
you. See, I had to think too much
Come
on
on,
that.
guys.
So that one's down. That one's off.
I just didn't think it was any good.
You're right. Yeah. Can I tell you something? Despite all appearances, we are not confused. That one is really hanging on. But a lot of come on mans, like somebody said, because of the president. Looking in here, I like radio mandate. That's pretty good.
No mask required.
All right, so let's go to Jennifer. Don't tase me, bro. That's just throwback. Jennifer in Alabama. Jennifer, go ahead.
Antidotes for the soul.
All right, there you go. Let's. What about
Rick? There's one I like that ties into this: herd immunity.
That's good.
Yeah, I like that.
By the way, that's not bad.
Yeah, I like.
I like that too. And I'm picturing the artwork will be funny. We got two names together. Which one do you think it is, Jeff or Randy?
How about Jeff Randy?
Jeff Randy, how are you doing?
This is Randy.
All right, hey Randy, Hey Randy, we ain't got no band, Randy.
You got no band. How about oops, your variant is showing.
Okay, remember, let's not get too wordy. I mean, it's got to be on. We got to have it on the CD there. Let's go to John in Alabama. John, go ahead.
Hey, man, I like it short, sweet, to the point. It's mask required, sanity optional.
Mask required, sanity optional. That's not bad. Brett, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What do you think?
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Two, just jab it or take a jab at it.
Okay. By the way, Nick Saban just texted me a name we're not going to use.
All right.
Let's go to Keith in Alabama. Keith, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What's up? I'm sorry, that's Booker. Booker, go ahead. What's up?
Hey, good morning, man. How about trying to do a little better?
Trying to do a little better. That's not bad. I like that. That's good. That sounds like us. Keith in Alabama. Keith, go ahead.
How about better than a colonoscopy?
That it is. Steve in Illinois. Steve,
How about it's not a baseball CD?
Steve, go ahead.
Morning, fellas. It's humor canceled.
Okay. All right.
A little nervous.
Kim in Macon. Kim, go ahead.
Rick, I now have a
Hey,
theory.
how about Neanderthals vaxxed or unvaxxed?
Say it again.
Neanderthals vaxxed or unvaxxed?
Oh, I got you. Okay. With us, you make it just call us Neanderthals.
Thank you.
Jim in Alabama. Jim, go ahead.
Hey, how about 2021, a year of bad medicine?
Or just bad medicine. What if it was just called bad medicine? That's not bad. Let's go to Christy in Birmingham. Christy, go ahead.
How about nab or jab?
Okay. Anything?
All right.
Any of those are good. Let's
You
go.
don't have to say that.
Andrew in Alabama.
Hey, I got two. We care about your health, or Rick and Bubba's still spreading.
That we care about your health. I like. We care about your
There's
health.
a lot of these are good.
Felicia, go ahead.
Organic, free range radio.
That's good.
Yeah.
It's problematic.
Yeah. That one's pretty, and that may be that one's getting a lot of momentum. Let's go to Hank in Prattville. Hank, go ahead.
We the sheeple.
We the sheeple.
Yeah,
that's
that's
pretty
funny.
good. That's a
funny.
good one. We the sheeple, in order to get a new government mandate.
Inglorious antibody.
Yeah. Judith, go ahead. That's good.
You
Judith.
guys are missing the best one yet.
All right, good. I'm glad you got in.
You never did one that said "Sorry, America" from Adler's RV trip.
Yeah, we're getting a number
"Sorry,
of those
America"
on email.
is the perfect one.
Sorry, America. Yeah, that's it. That's pretty good too. Lee in Alabama. Lee, go ahead.
Chris Eagle flies again.
That's good. Let's go to Norm out of Nashville. Norm, go ahead.
Rick and Bubba, loss of function.
Loss of function.
Yeah,
as opposed to gain of function.
Yeah.
That's good. Let's go to Rick. Rick, go ahead.
Ooh.
It was rigged. We won.
Okay, that's good. Let's go to Ron. Ron, what do you think?
Colonoscopy tour 2021.
Rick, what about this? Radio insurrection.
That's good.
That's
That
good.
is
Hey,
good. That's really good.
boy, I like that one.
Back to the emailers.
See how much?
I think
they
they're
have time to sit
well,
down.
Yeah. Well, I think they're probably at work.
Well, that's true.
And they're actually focused and thinking.
That's right.
Rick, what about this? Rick and Bubba still out on the lake, 90 miles from Santa Fe.
By the way, Radio Insurrection.
That's
a dandy.
Boy, I'm
pretty good.
Well, I like that one.
That's pretty good.
I
right
got a little
there, my
edge
friend.
to it.
That's pretty good.
Okay, so we'll take what you've said. We'll keep looking at the emails,
these are good.
and we'll unpack. And you guys have come up with some good ideas. Bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More to cover when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for your calls on the CD titles. We will consider those. We'll look at more in the email. We're already breaking down what we think, which ones are going to make a playoff. Gabby.com/Bubba. Gabby, G-A-B-I, stands for Get a Better Insurance. So Gabby.com/Bubba. Go there, and it's free to use. Doesn't cost you anything. And what they'll do is they will help you to look quickly and very, very inexpensively, meaning nothing, wouldn't cost you anything, but it could save you money. What about something that's free to use, but yet it can save you money? That's kind of the best of all worlds. So go to Gabby, Gabi.com/Bubba. Enter a little bit of information about your homeowners and your automobile insurance. And when you do, they will pull up 40 of the biggest names in insurance, and you will see what they would charge you for the exact same coverage, and you take the one that's the best. On average, the supporters of this program that watch and or listen are saving about $80 a month on average. So why don't you make that move now? Go to Gabi.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. You'll also find them right there under the sponsors button. That's Gabi.com/Bubba. All right, so are you picking out a few faves over there?
Well, I'm just laughing at some of them. They are funny. I don't know that they'll ever make it.
Right, yeah. Some of them are fun. Some of them are funny, but they'll never be a title, but they're still very funny.
Where did this go? Oh, hang on just a minute. Betting on ivermectin.
That's funny.
Knock me out before I see it. Deplorable radio. I like that one.
Look, Mama, no worms.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
I think out of all of those so far, the ones I was jotting down that kind of hit home with me was Mask Me Baby, Herd Immunity, Problematic, Radio Insurrection, Radio Super Spreader, or Don't Vax Me Bro.
Okay.
Those are kind of ones.
Those are good. How'd you like Bad Medicine?
It's possible.
That was okay.
I'm afraid when you search it, you're going to get tangled up into songs.
No, that's a good point. That is a good point.
But it I don't know. It may be.
You like Super Spreader?
Is that the name of the album that he did?
Yeah, it is, I think. It's not. What's it called, Greg? I'm wrong about that. Okay.
Greg knows.
New Jersey?
Okay.
Okay, all right. So thank you,
Don't
Greg.
vax me,
Greg's
bro.
always there.
Anything that you can go, yeah, at the end of it, I like.
Right, so you like that. You could just call it that, but that's already being used. So yeah, Super Spreader, you like that one? Just right across the CD, Super Spreader?
Super Spreader.
A couple that I always look for y'all's reaction, and I just kind of put a little dot by them. It's Problematic. I had a dot beside that one. A Radio Mandate, y'all perked up on that one.
Oh, that was a good one, too.
The Bad Medicine one y'all talked about. The Radio variant, Rick and Bubba, or the Rick and Bubba variant that y'all perked up a little bit on that. Radio Insurrection, y'all liked. Super Spreader. Either Vax Me Baby or Don't Vax Me Bro. Either one of those were up for that. Release the Kraken, y'all thought that was kind of fun.
Yeah, I forgot about Release the Kraken. And of course, we could have a picture that could be completely different.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
We'll circle back to you. That one kind of, It's a Fake World was early.
Yeah, early on.
And then we had some about we're still like here doing what we're doing. We've made it this far, not canceled, ... yet. But most of them were more around the pandemic and everything.
I would probably.
We Care About Your Health was one that y'all perked up on.
Yeah.
If I said you had an antibody, would you hold it against me?
Country song or it ain't.
Yeah, it's Problematic. We got that one.
Yeah.
So anyway, I tell you
there's
what,
things to work.
I can't smell nothing.
That's good. Can I tell you what?
We could pair that one up with Pull My Finger.
Yeah, we could. We identify as a radio show.
That was funny. That's
pretty good. The one that made me laugh. I'm not saying that I don't think it would make it, but it just made me laugh. I sanitize my hands for this.
Or Dumpster Fire. That's another cat.
Why do we love Dumpster Fire?
I don't know. It's funny. It's just funny.
You know why we like it? Because there's another one that can be used that you just can't use.
Right.
Right. Yeah. And it means the same thing.
Right.
You just can't use it. So Dumpster Fire always suffices. Because when something's a dumpster fire, it's just so bad.
Mm-hmm. Big bodies with antibodies.
That's good.
I tell you, y'all are a creative bunch.
Yeah.
No,
for sure.
Some
there's a lot we can't read.
No, you're right. Did you see the one about? Well, never mind. Year of the Donkey and the Hummingbird. That's really good. If I had ordered a truckload of stupid people, right. So,
that's good.
That immune to stupidity. Yeah, I'm not sure we can claim that. All right. So there's definitely some good ones. Updates from the basement. That's pretty funny. Reminds me, you know. Can I tell you something? I've been testing some of the things we've used over the years, and we saw that in the Damon Johnson podcast last week.
Right.
When it came to all of the names of the bands that we fictitiously say you had been in, Chocolate Ripple kills. And I know Digital Basement was good, but I think Chocolate Ripple still seems to, especially if you say it was your funk band,
right?
You know,
Right.
I mean that is just a good one.
Oh,
you know,
and that is fun.
All right, so I think we'll take all this, we'll bring it in. And we'll process it. I think we've got more. I mean, we got multiple winners, and so I don't think I have no concern whatsoever. We're going to have a great name this year.
Oh, all of us.
Yeah.
Are good.
Now you guys,
and you know we'll have to fine tune them. And
well, remember this. What you got to remember about CD names, you have to remember this. It's kind of the thing that we said about the Rick and Bubba challenge. It's very similar. You know, people said, well, the Rick and Bubba challenge is I just need to get a sign on the TV broadcast that has them on it.
Right.
True.
Right.
True. But then, really, you get down to it when it's all said and done. If multiple signs had about the same amount of coverage, then we went to what? Just the one we liked better.
Right.
You know, and then and with this one, you have to think about kind of like Match Moultrie. Find the answer Moultrie's looking for.
Right.
Doesn't necessarily have to be the right answer. And then the other one is this. See, when we take a name, we immediately, our minds start working. What will the cover look like? You know, what would the artwork look like? Because you might have a name that's great, but you can't think of any artwork that would work. Or
Right.
how would you get that?
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't have to be, you know, cartoon. We've had some that are cartoons. We had some that aren't.
We haven't done a picture in a while. A live picture. Where
Oh,
we
you're talking about a
dressed
picture?
up. Yeah, photograph.
Okay, because at one time, and this is how you and I operate, you know that, is we got at one point where we were mad because we weren't doing cartoons anymore.
Right.
So then we went real heavy cartoons again. Now we're kind of back to, hey, you know what? We hadn't had a digital picture. But do we really want a picture of ourselves in this current state?
Rick, how about this as a name? So she ate a bat.
That's funny.
So she ate a bat.
What about this one, Bubba? The one you said. What about? And this one works better on the CD because it's simple. Bat sandwich. How about bat sandwich hit you?
I see it.
It's funny.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah.
All right, so either one of those.
Yeah.
And what if the artwork was, you know how the Apple logo has an apple with a bite out of
Yes.
it? You just put a bat on there with a bite out of it.
Yes, that's
So
funny.
she ate a bat.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah.
Oh,
Now people
gosh.
are adding things that really don't go together. All right.
Some of y'all
Yeah,
are
I know.
awful, by
Okay,
the way.
okay, come on now. There we go. I don't even know what that one means, and I don't think I want to.
me, bro.
I think somebody just hit me with a phrase that I don't know what it means.
Yeah,
and
I know.
I'm not going to research it.
I know. I'm afraid to don't repeat everything. It's
Yeah.
been emailed
Well,
in.
look, it's the state of our. You know, I know a lot of you, and we agree. You're very upset with the state of our current society, and you kind of want this CD to reflect the state of the society in which it was produced. So I think we can work with some of these suggestions and get there.
Here's one. It says, "Happy 14th anniversary. Please wish my husband Martin Hathorn a happy 14th anniversary." Oh, that's an anniversary shout out.
That
Not
is
a
fine.
I got it.
I
Don't vax me, bro.
It is funny when one of those are dropped in the middle when you're going through all these names, and I don't know if about a minute ago, because what was said a minute ago, I was like, well, you know, this is a cool name, but I'm just not sure it works. So here's somebody's suggestion. We call it "What's Those Bible Verses?" You know what I mean? And I'm like, oh, wait a minute, that was back from the top.
So happy anniversary.
Right? Yeah, and I'll get those to you. All right, so we'll come back. 15 minutes to the top. We have more to cover on the program today. What about getting back into what's going on in the world? A couple of things that we'll cover. And then, of course, we'll continue with more of your phone calls later as well. Wheel of Meat has not spun this week. That could happen today as well. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top. The Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. Still processing potential CD titles, and we'll do that. But Bubba and I and the guys were laughing in the break. Pretty good one. If you remember the Meatloaf famous album, Bad Outta Hell, to name the CD Bad Outta Wuhan.
Yeah.
That's funny. So anyway, so let's, Bubba, let's take a look-see at the state of our country here. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. General Mark, is it Milley? Is that
yes, Milley, Chief of Staff.
General Mark Milley. We have people today calling for his resignation, including retired Lieutenant Colonel Alexander, is it Vidman?
Yeah, you remember he was the star witness in the Trump impeachment trial, the first one. And remember, we impeached the president over alleged comments made over a phone call.
Here is
Boy, we've come a long way from that, hadn't we?
Here is former President Donald Trump responding to these allegations of a betrayal that he's now finding out about from General Mark Milley. Here it is.
Number one. Number two, it's totally ridiculous. I never thought of it. You were there. You knew what was happening in the White House. You have plenty of friends. You never heard the word China mentioned in a thing like this. You heard a lot of anger about China on trade, and we made a great trade deal. You heard a lot of anger on China with the China virus. But for him to say that I would even think about attacking China, I think he's trying to just get out of his incompetent withdrawal out of Afghanistan. The worst, the dumbest thing that anybody's seen, probably the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to our country, where they killed our soldiers. We left with embarrassment on our face. We left Americans behind, and we left $85 billion worth of the best equipment in the world that I bought because I was the one that rebuilt our military, and then Biden gave it away. For him to say that I was going to attack China is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, and everybody knows it. And I have to tell you, I don't know if they have him on tape saying this, but I found Woodward and I found his cohorts to be extremely dishonorable people. That's why I didn't do an interview with him. I think he's highly overrated. This guy is one of the most overrated guys. He's a sleaze. But I did not ever think of attacking China. One other thing, I just read a report about a week ago where they said Donald Trump was the only president in decades that didn't start a war.
So there's Trump, and what he is responding to is...
Now, Rick, there's a book coming out called Peril.
Yeah.
And Woodward's in on this and several other guys, and they're having all these behind-the-scene things that went on in the last days of the Trump presidency. And they are saying that the Chief of Staff, General Mark Milley, that he reached out to the Chinese communist, to his equal over there, whatever the general in charge was, to let them know that even though Trump was acting crazy, that they were in control. He even said at one point, sometimes democracy looks messy, but we're not going to let him launch some crazy attack here in the last days of his presidency. And if an attack got launched, we will give you advance notice on it. So basically, you have a general saying, I'm going to call a potential enemy and let them know what we're doing, which is, by the way, treason.
That's what I was going to say next.
And here is the problem with this. So the retired Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, who is no fan of President Trump,
was the star witness in the impeachment.
He says that if this happened, Milley should resign immediately. I will say this: he ought to be tried for treason, because Milley, Vindman here points this out. He usurped civilian authority over the military. He broke the chain of command. He violated the principle of civilian control over the military. It's an extremely dangerous precedent. You can't simply walk away from that. And so him, an outspoken critic of Trump, is saying if this happened, Milley should retire immediately and step down and even possibly face charges. So, Rick, keep in mind, the reason that General Milley is so out of line here if this happened, okay, we're going to say if this happened, he doesn't have that authority.
Right.
That's not his call. If he thinks the president is unhinged, okay, we have a way to deal with that. The 25th Amendment, isn't that where they declare him
we're all reading it now,
unstable and
Bo.
they take it off?
We're all reading it.
Yeah, I know. We've all brushed up on that lately.
Yes, we have.
So that's the way you handle it. Not I'm in charge. I'll make the decision. I'll let everybody know we got it together, and we're not going to attack you. And if the president does something crazy, I'll let you know about it. I mean, Rick, you talking about dictators. This guy is off the hook, and I don't know what in the world his deal is.
Do you think
this is the guy who is in charge? It's his. You talking about the buck stops here? He is head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He is over all the military, so he is responsible for that debacle in Afghanistan. Remember, he was the one that said he was concerned about white this, and he's all into the woke thing.
Oh,
and
yeah.
What was it he used? What was the term he used? It was something about he was wanting to study that. In other words, he's you
talking about critical race theory?
Yeah, but he said
right.
he's worried. He was wanting to know about white anger or something and all this. Instead of having a plan for getting out of Afghanistan, which you should be doing,
right?
Leave the woke stuff to somebody else.
No, we've said this before.
You worry about the military assets you left behind.
Yeah, see, we've said this before, and it's one of the, and this was not a political issue. This is somebody that we've heard this on people who served in our military that may have, who knows what their worldview is, but what they keep saying is the military is a different deal. And like Bubba just said about wokeness, and the quote that I heard used was, we should not, with all these societal experiments we are willing to do as people, we should not practice these social experiments inside the military because people get killed.
Mm-hmm.
And our security is at risk because we're worried more, to Bubba's point, about if we have the proper wokeness or political correctness as opposed to how do we get our people out of Afghanistan and not leave them behind, and let's please not arm an enemy of our country with weapons that we intended for those that would oppose them. Probably a better use of time. So it's an allegation in this book. I guess now would there be some sort of process to try to confirm whether Milley did say and do these things? Because
I'm sure when the book comes out, there'll be a lot of questions. I'm sure a lot of people in Congress are concerned because this is a total break in the chain of command for the military, for our nuclear weapons. And Nancy Pelosi's in on this too. See, she called Milley and said, hey, this guy's unhinged. This was after the riot that got out of hand at the Capitol. And basically wanting him to take the nuclear football away from Trump, which you cannot do. The president has that authority. Now, there's a chain of command. He can't launch an attack by himself. None of them can. But for him to say and pull one of these, well, the president's looking unhinged, I better step in, I'm in charge. That's exactly what our whole chain of command is set up to prevent. That's crazy. Yeah, look, and if he called the Chinese to say anything, he is guilty of treason. That is ridiculous. I don't care how woke he is.
Well, again, if you have the star witness, fellow military personnel in the impeachment of Trump, who also thinks you should be removed, then this seems to be pretty non-political. It seems to be just right and wrong. Because, as you said, a country cannot have the military breaking the chain of command of civilian authority because we're supposed to be the people who govern ourselves.
And if you think the president is off the farm, we have a process for that. It's not, I'm in charge, I'll call our enemy not once but twice and tell them what's going on. That's not his job.
Top of the hour.
He ought to know that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport. Team Rick and Bubba all here. We will do the wonderful Wheel of Meat before the week is done. So it could be today, tomorrow, or Friday. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. Wednesday Bible study back today. Watch it live on the YouTube channel at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern. Then it'll be archived about an hour and a half later. And then we put it out on all of our social media platforms. You can get audio or video. And then you can catch it on your own time. Here's Bill Bubba Bussy back for another hour.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank you for letting me pull up a chair here behind old Mike number 2.
Bubba, you know we all are concerned, and again, before I say this, we all are concerned, but on this show, we have several, more than one, teachers that are represented. And I'm talking about teachers that have been in public education. Our dad, who, I know, coaches teaching. It feels a little different, but anyway, still there. Greg's son, daughter, my sister, Greg's sister. So we've spent, our family spent a lot of time in education, and still doing, out there out there getting after. So we're not anti, but I'm very all of us are concerned about the type of education. Not so much the teachers, but what the Department of Education, which we should have never allowed to be created, are what's going on at our colleges and some of the things. Now I'm about to play a video, or we are about to play a video, audio and video of a teacher that is going to tell you that she believes we need to stop encouraging students to behave.
Wow.
And you will not believe why. You will not believe
to
why.
behave.
Here it is.
So if PBIS concerns itself with positive behaviors, we have to ask ourselves, okay, well, what are those positive behaviors? And it's things like making sure that you're following directions and making sure that you're sitting quietly and you are in your seat and all these things that come from white culture. The idea of just sitting quiet and being told stuff and taking things in a passive stance is not a thing that's in with many cultures. So if we're positively enforcing these behaviors, we are by extension positively enforcing elements of white culture, which therefore keeps whiteness at the center, which is the definition of white supremacy.
What an idiot.
I don't even know.
I don't even make sense.
Let me ask him this.
So sitting there in an orderly fashion and not disrupting the class is a white thing?
That's a white thing.
Okay.
I wonder, is getting a paycheck a white thing? Because we could solve that for him.
Right.
Yeah, really.
Did you catch the flag in the background? All right, so
I didn't have to.
I didn't need the flag.
Right. But anyway,
so he had me.
His first word, I had it.
So this is someone who is a teacher. Now, Adler, we don't have a written part of this, but I don't know where this person teaches. I don't know if you knew that, where it came from or whatever, but it's in our country, right? That's all I need to know. This is part of our American educational system. Guys, do you realize, and I just want to be clear, because these woke white people, and pay
nothing
attention.
Worse.
By the way, and pay attention. Please pay attention. The number of times that I have looked and watched video of someone who is standing up against whiteness on behalf of minorities, if you notice when you look at these crowds, most of them are woke white people. And that are guilty. They feel guilty about their whiteness. By the way, and this is them overcompensating.
Yeah.
Okay, for some guilt they have about being white. But here's the thing I will, and I know this is just going to just crush the heart of the white woke. Okay, because they think they're so loving and they think they're so. But what they don't understand, and here it comes, they don't understand how condescending they are.
Exactly.
To minorities. Okay. They stand up and speak on your behalf, and the things they keep saying is you're too inadequate to make your own way. Yeah. You can't even sit and behave in a class. That shouldn't be asked of you because that's not your culture. And the white people want you behaving as white. Because you know what that really means? You know you're not capable of that.
Yeah.
And white people expect you to. I mean, he's
really saying some other things.
Now I want to be sure.
It all, if you roll it all the way out.
Exactly, and that's where I'm going. but I'm trying to be as delicate as possible. But all right, he teaches at Blackbird High School in Blacksburg, Virginia. In Blacksburg, I'm sorry, there's an S in there. You're right. Blacksburg, that's ironic. Yeah. But anyway, so ironic. That's ironic. It's almost like a Babylon Bee headline.
It really is.
But a white teacher from Blacksburg it says that sitting and behaving is white. Let me go back to this again, okay? Now listen, all of us went to school, and I had teachers that were both black and white, okay? And I'm sure I'm sure there were some that were some other ethnicity, I can't recall, but I do know that I had black teachers and I had white teachers, and both of them told me to sit down and be quiet.
Exactly.
And I did. The ones who could paddle good, I was quieter.
Yeah.
The ones who were weak with the paddle or never would discipline, I was rowdy and loud and talked a lot and wouldn't sit down as much.
Miss Lawler made you come up front and down. That only happened one time. You didn't do it again.
But Miss Lawyer, who was a black woman who taught me, they would put her in jail today if she was teaching.
Oh, yeah.
Because let me tell you what she wanted, an orderly classroom, and she demanded it, and she made sure it happened.
And it did.
And can you imagine? I want you to think.
Called me.
Greg, and I know we've talked about this, but I want you to imagine today, because, we always make the joke, and it goes over going to speak to these different men's groups. And if I do any of the dad humor, I say, if you don't know my dad, and I did this in Texas, if my dad was coaching today, he would be in jail. That kind of thing. And he's not the only one. There's a lot of coaches that came from that same era. Well, Miss Lawler, Bubba, I just want you to imagine the soft, some pathetic parents of today. If Miss Lawler had their child, as I did, and my mother applauded Miss Lawler.
Yes.
My dad applauded Miss Lawler. She would make you come up to the front of the room, bend over, and touch your toes with your rear end facing the class. And you stayed like that till she was ready. While she was going through her monologue or having them read a chapter, she would go over to her drawer, pull out her paddle or ruler, still reading out of chapter 4 for the class, walk over. The class sees her coming. You don't even know it. And of course, they're not going to gasp, because if they make noise, now they're going to be up there with you. And then she would rear back and she would, wow! And she would light that hiney up until you'd return to your seat, and I told you to sit down and be quiet.
A lot of times she'd make you stay there, been over for a long time.
Yeah, and I don't know how to break it to this little woke little snowflake here, but that was a black woman in charge of a class, and I think she knows the black culture. Most of people that I know that were raised by parents who were black, they sounded a lot like my white parents, that they did not tolerate foolishness.
That's right.
I don't know where he gets that your child not acting in an orderly manner is a white thing. I have not noticed that. I think he's completely wrong.
Yeah.
And how about the audacity of even saying this? This is a guy who has been spoiled and babied and had oil rubbed on him so he don't get out in the sun and get something on. This person has been raised in such a soft, ridiculous society. He's literally had to get on TikTok and invent a problem that doesn't even exist.
Yeah.
Making kids sit down and be quiet. Now, if you want to come back and say...
That's whiteness. White supremacy. That's how he ended it, right?
Did you see him walking? And do you realize how disrespectful that is?
Oh, yeah.
When white supremacy actually exists. This is a guy that is comparing children to sit down and be orderly in a classroom. He's comparing that to movements like the KKK. Can you believe that? And that's how far we've gone. I think we've done such a good job to eradicate white supremacy, we now have to invent it. Yeah. And now the problem is, as we've said 1,000 times, the boy who cried wolf. Now when there's something we should be concerned about, somebody says, hey, I see some white supremacy groups building. People go, that's probably what a teacher's talking about. Ain't nothing to be concerned about.
Yeah.
What are they going to say? Everybody sit down and be quiet? And so the damage that people like this do, and that's the reason why on this show they're always going to be called out. We can't let statements like that go. Because if you let the statements like that go unopposed, they get ground. But surely, is there anybody that watches that video and says, he's got a point? Probably. Hey, Bubba, probably. So I want you to know there's a teacher teaching today in Blacksburg, Virginia, that believes it is white supremacy. That's where children behaving in class came from. White supremacy.
I can't
you don't even know what to say.
I can't even comment.
You don't even know what to say.
It's just so silly. I've never heard anything so silly.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. I hear the bed music. I saw the story where the governor of Alabama has had her Facebook page attempted to be taken down because of her saying that this mandate that the federal government is considering and trying to push through will not happen on her watch in the state of Alabama. And I look up and I see Miss K is on the phone. Let's go to Miss K.
Miss K, you there?
Welcome back, Miss K.
Good morning, Richard. Good morning, Bill. Good morning, Speed and Mr. Helms and Mr. Allen, Mr. Greg. It's a rainy day in the state of Alabama. How's everybody doing?
Miss K, we're doing great. How are you doing? Are you doing okay?
Well, I'm just fit as a fiddle, and they just thought they were going to be real sneaky and take down my post on my Facebook page about my new campaign, but they just failed. They failed miserably.
So Miss Kay, let's be clear. You put a post up about the president's vaccination mandate, and you told him that you wouldn't have that in your state, and basically to bring it on. And Facebook didn't like it and took it down.
Well, yes, they did. They said that it goes against community standards, is what they said, but I'm going to tell Mr. Mark Zuckerberg, I got your number.
Oh, wow. Mr. K.
It's not against our community standards.
Well, he's on my list now. He don't know what to do when he's messing with a high stepper.
So you made a few phone calls and you got it put back up, though, right?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. You know, and not only am I a high stepper, but I'm an Auburn graduate. And you know, I'm an Auburn Tiger, and you don't mess with an Auburn Tiger.
Oh, that's true, Miss K. You were an Auburn Tiger. That's right. You better believe it.
Well, and bless his heart, forgetful Joe, he just needs a big old bottle of Prevagen.
He does. It's
a double bottle.
As a matter of fact, I'm talking to my doctor about when can you start on it myself. But yeah.
Now, Miss K, I bet you were quite the character back in college.
Well, you know, some things, you know what they say in Vegas, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Well, what happens in the college days stays back in the college days.
Yeah. Now, was it called Auburn then?
Yeah,
I don't remember.
Bubba.
It was Polytechnic Institute.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my. Well, so you, the people of Alabama, you're clear. There'll be no vaccine mandate here.
This is true. I'm not going to make you drop trowel and stick a little needle in your hand. It's just going. It's up to you. I do recommend it, but if you're unable to do it, that is your choice. But we just have to do what's best for ourselves.
Well said. Well said.
Well, I like the fact that you're not letting the president overstep his constitutional bounds and tell you what you can and can't do in your own state.
Well, listen, that's all I can say is bless his heart.
That's right. He tried to be, what did you say, the sneaky thing they tried to do?
Sneaky snake. He's just being a little sneaky snake.
Okay. Just a little sneaky snake. Well, yeah, thank you.
Well, I've got to get on. I've got meetings today, but I just wanted to say a little, make my peace with it and tell everybody that you do have the choice, and that the choice is yours.
Well, you keep standing strong as a bull for Alabama.
Thank you very much, Miss Kay.
Well, that's all I got to say about that, as my friend Forrest Gump would say.
That's true.
That's that.
That's true. Well, I'll tell you what. Good luck trying to trip up a high stepper.
All right, then.
Well, I love my high stepping friends, and we're going to high step on out of here together.
All right. Thank you, Miss Kay. So great to hear from you.
All right. Bless you now.
Thank you. From Sweet Home, Alabama, there's Miss Kay.
There she is.
Thank you, Miss Kay. I try to be a little sneaky snake, Rick.
Sneaky snake, Rick.
Well, and Adler just put it up. Here is the tweet that the governor of Alabama actually put out, and so, you know, he kind of had Miss Kay drafting with him a little bit. She does think everybody should be vaccinated. But she when the mandate came in, then that's when Miss Kay started drawing the line.
You know, Miss Kay is in the record books now, too. Did you know that she is the eldest serving governor in the United States of Alabama?
I'm not surprised.
And there it is.
It ain't one of them you go, dang, really? You got to be kidding me.
Right.
Who thought it?
Greg, you know how you know somebody's cooking when you can smell the smoke. I smelled that. I just went agree.
If you would have said Greg named the oldest governor in the United States, you probably would have went with that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You know, I felt like that guy standing on the pier with chicken, throwing it out in the water to alligators.
Yes, she did that. Speaking of that, did you see, here's the tweet. Look, he says, here's the governor of Alabama. You bet I'm standing in the way, and if he thinks he's going to move me out of the way, he's got another thing coming. I'm standing as strong as a bull for Alabama against this outrageous Washington overreach. Bring it on. That's
got to pull down for a while.
Yeah, Rick quoting the metal band Judas Priest. You got another thing coming.
You got another thing coming.
So again, let me ask you this: how does the people who run Facebook, if they're putting this out there for everybody, where do they become the orators of free speech?
Absolutely.
Where do they become the person that says the governor can't say that?
Yeah, I know, and that's what they're trying to do. And of course, you saw, and it was right under the tweet that we just put up there. I see once again the Biden administration being as wrong as they can be on trying to convince people who are not sure about the vaccine of saying, you know what, I think I do need to go ahead and take it. I mean, when he starts, and I think a lot of this has to do, goes back again with his age, which, I mean, Miss Kay, her faculties seem to be much more under control than the president. Yeah. Of course, I know that's not saying. I mean, that's not a. No, I'm just saying when you're comparing yourself to what we see with the president. I mean, I think that's not even a great compliment. But what I'm saying is when he starts if these governors don't like it, buddy, he starts talking about he's going to push the governors out of the way. And here's the video. Listen to this.
If they'll not help, if these governors won't help us beat the pandemic, I'll use my power as president to get them out of the way.
Do you see what I mean? Now, see statements like that. Yeah. I mean, you know what that does? That takes the Miss K's of the country, and they dig in.
Yeah.
You see how dumb that is?
Facebook is claiming that they took her page down for about an hour. They're claiming it's because they thought that it was an imposter page, an impersonator page of Kay Ivey. But the Kay Ivey campaign and people are saying no. The initial reason that they got from Facebook was for bullying and misinformation. Yeah. So there's two different things being
bullying.
Kay gonna bully somebody.
Hey, how about this? It had the word bull in it. But I mean,
Rick, they said that was an imposter. They mentioned the Rick and Bubba show. But
this goes back to we have very few people. You count them on one hand deciding all the free speech in our country for the first time ever.
Yeah, you're right.
And they're unregulated and they're getting away with it, and I'm shocked we've let them do it.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. From the manchurch.com, Man Church is going on everywhere tonight. Montgomery, Alabama. Montgomery, Alabama, Andy Blanks from Team Man Church will be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy at Landmark Church tonight. Montgomery, join Andy. Also coming up tomorrow, you've got more Man Churches going on. I will be in Fairhope, Alabama. First Baptist Church Fairhope kicking it off there. Todd Jones on the 19th of September will be speaking at Winfield First Baptist Church in Winfield, Alabama. That's their second Man Church as they continue. The 23rd, we got 3 different Man Churches going on in 3 different places. I'll be at Lakeside Baptist Church speaking there in Birmingham, kicking off the men's discipleship strategy. Helmsy will be in Opelika. They're in year 2 of the strategy. He'll be speaking at their Man Church coming up on the 23rd of September. And Rich Wingo will be at Northside Baptist in Jasper, Alabama. All 3 of those Man Churches, 3 different places. Pick the one that's nearest you. Find those by going to themanchurch.com, click on upcoming events, and you'll see the events link there. Click that. It'll show you all the Man Churches that are going on across the country, and find one and attend. And if we can help you with your church implementing this discipleship strategy, you can certainly contact us. So, Bubba, I know we were watching a story today. You know, we had a 16-year-old that had been bitten by a shark somewhere on the arm. He survived, thank goodness. But Adler's got a couple of videos out there, and this is one with actor Orlando Bloom. He's on some sort of paddleboard, and there's a great white shark that is swimming underneath him that's of pretty good size.
Yeah, this is off the coast of Maui, Hawaii.
Yeah, and he really is just kind of paddling along with the shark. Kind of seems
the shark's checking him out.
Yeah, but would you be doing what he's doing? He's just kind of, being kind of not concerned, not getting away from it.
Oh no, you think I had an outboard on that baby?
Right. So would you be going absolutely nuts?
Absolutely, Rick.
So
I'd be like I was digging a hole to get in.
But could you make more noise and racket with the paddle that may cost you?
I hope it would scare him away.
But see, what I don't like about this is not that they're being calm, but that they're staying there.
Yeah, well,
I would calmly be moving out of the area of the shark. Do you realize how easy that shark can turn over this paddleboard?
Rick, it could bite it right in two. We've seen it.
So anyway,
that's a big.
Look, that's pretty good size great white right there.
Give me the heaves.
So then here's another one. You know how we love fight videos. So this one, there's a full-grown man. If you're going to attack somebody. What he did not know is that the 16-year-old that he is attacking, and Bubba, I know you love this kind of stuff, is a multiple-time junior world champion in Brazilian Jiu-jitsu. And this man picks the wrong person to attack, and the 16-year-old, with a tremendous amount of composure, gets the man under control pretty easily. So you see him going over to attack. Now, he doesn't know that this oh, my goodness, Bubba, did you see that dump?
Wow.
Did you see him dump that grown man? I mean, you talk about picking the wrong person to mess with. And look, he's just remaining calm, and the guy's kind of standing up now, pulling his pants back up. And look, he thinks he's going to go more. At this point, do you think he realizes, okay, this kid has some skills that I didn't know
what he's thinking.
Look, and I mean, he just takes him and just keeps slamming him over and over again.
Are we sure this is real? Because I think most attackers would break away.
Watch this right here.
When it doesn't go like they want it to.
Watch this one right here, and boom. Oh, my God. I mean, buddy, he gets dumped out of the gate.
Boom.
Really, really bad.
Now, see, he gets off of him and lets him up.
Right.
I don't know that you'd do that in real life.
Yeah, I don't know.
Something a little fishy about that. Greg, I know you got a meter on
Greg, what's your meter on this one? I mean, because we now have a full-blown face-off going. I don't know who these other guys are.
Yeah, and who's videoing it? Why did they just happen to have their camera on?
Yeah, well, unless it's happening out there in benches on the street. But so I don't know,
well, right there, that's a pretty good slam.
But what I'm saying is, if I'm gonna fake one, am I gonna let you dump me like that on the concrete?
No, that looks like
why
a
do
real
you let him
dumpage.
up though?
Because he knows the guy can't do nothing with him.
Right.
He's got that.
But most of the time, an attacker would.
It's
leave
one of them
at
when
that
I leave
point.
you on the ground and go, "Hey, look, I'm gonna let you up. I'm gonna slam you down again, or you're gonna have to calm down."
So maybe,
like I used to do Rick when we were growing up.
Right, Greg. Okay. So really, what might be going on here is it's not an attack. They're just.
I don't know.
Because you see the guy he tries to knee him. And then
it's one of them.
You
Look,
got
hey,
a good
buddy,
point, Greg. I'm not going to let somebody do that to me just for fun, but
yeah. I mean,
I think it's like, hey, buddy, this ain't even fair. Just quit what you're doing. I'm gonna let you back up. Then here he comes again, slams him again.
Yeah, but wouldn't an attacker run off at that point?
If it was an attacker, if it's a guy,
what's he
Who said it was an attacker? Not just getting an argument, getting a fight.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It may just be a fight between two guys. But the guy goes after. He picks the wrong guy. They might have got him mouthing on the street or. Who knows? But
here comes the expert right here.
Here comes the Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
Give us the mindset of when you're putting Brazilian moves on people.
Textbook double leg takedown, friends.
Textbook.
You get behind the knees, you lock your hands, and dumpy-doo.
Yeah, but I mean,
so he had the upper hand no matter what.
Yes.
He laid him up. It didn't matter because he could just put him right back down.
Did you see how quick, once he did that big dump, how quick he got to his back and just had a knee right behind his head, just like, I could brain you at any time.
Is that what that's called?
Yeah, when you
just
lay.
Here he goes using that slang.
When you lay blows down on somebody's head,
called braining them
because you have their back. Yeah, yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's just that kid has done what he did just then. He's done that a dozen times probably today.
Right.
But this guy is 16-year-old Alex Williams. He's a BJJ champ, and his professor actually posted that video and was like, buddy, way to go. You exercise Brazilian jiu-jitsu in the way that you should. And that is, you do what you got to do, and then you back off. And then you do what you got to do, and you back off. That's it.
You learn to fight so you don't have
Is there
That's
any...
exactly right, Greg.
Right from
you know, that night. You remember that night you had that guy up here, you were doing this story, and y'all were doing, and boy, you was really taking it to him.
He was a purple belt, and he wrist locked me, and over and over and over again destroyed me. An old man came in here, and Greg was here doing the
tied him in a
replay.
knot.
Oh wait, you got to watch it.
Tied him in a knot.
You got to watch it.
Yes, I was doing
but you
the
beat
feed.
that girl.
And Lonnie, I'm sorry, I called you an old man. Lonnie, you're not an old man.
He'll come get
you're
you
a
again.
hoss.
Hey, he's gonna wrist lock you again.
You do rappelling instructionals for police officers. You're a hoss. But I'm sorry, I called you an old man.
What
Lonnie.
belt are you now?
I'm still a white belt, y'all. Since
But
the
you have some stripes on it or anything?
I got 3 stripes on my white belt. If I was consistent before the lockdown, I would have gotten my blue for sure. But I was not consistent, and you got to be consistent, gang. You got to be good.
Have you been in any more tournaments like you had that video of?
I've not done any more tournaments.
Well, you won a match in the tournament, right?
Since the lockdown,
By
I am
default.
so ashamed to say, since the lockdown, I have been to jiu-jitsu 4 times.
Well,
since the lockdown.
How's George
Breathing
Webby
all over
feel about that?
Webby doesn't even know me anymore.
He's
He
given
doesn't
up on
even-
you.
Yes. Webby's like, huh. You know the old saying, if you love something, you got to set it free and see if it returns. And that's, I think, what Webby's done because he's wise.
Well, I can tell you
He is
this.
wise.
He is.
Jiu-jitsu may be the most anti-social distancing thing
Right.
that you could do.
Oh, yeah.
You know? I don't know if it's real popular during the pandemic.
Especially when you pin somebody's head between your legs.
I mean, you're just breathing the same air as the people, like the exact same
That's
air.
not
the
quite
whole time.
social distancing.
Greg, I can only think of maybe one thing that's even more.
That's right. That's right. And unfortunately, it looks similar.
It does. Similar look to
So
it.
what belt is that
Remember
girl
that move,
that you wrestled that time? Where is she now?
She's a blue belt now, so she's
wow.
better than
She
me.
left you
She stayed more committed.
She's much more consistent and committed than I am. Yes,
But you beat her that time. Y'all went head to head.
not trying to brag, but yeah, I did. But what's what happened? You know,
Not trying to
make myself look good, but that's what happened.
That's just what happened.
So there you go. But jiu-jitsu, I know we do a lot of stuff on the ground, but it does, especially at tournaments when you get to that kids level.
You're right.
You do standing takedowns and things like that, and you take the best from wrestling and you take the best from from judo.
Right.
And that's what he was doing.
Yeah, and he did, and you're right, and that took away the joke that I always have with you. And which you're showing me that, Rick, that joke's not going to work.
See, we do takedowns too.
You do takedowns.
I got you. Yeah.
Because I used to have the running joke. I got to tell you what, if Adler can ever get me to sit down, I'm in trouble.
Hey, if I can go to my bank,
But he's saying they actually know how to get you on the ground.
Yeah.
Hey, watch it, or I might make you do crisscross applesauce, and then it's on.
But so, is there anything that since this was his instructor or sensei or whatever it is, did he specify? Was this a argument between friends? Is this a random guy that got mad at him? Well, who is this other guy that he keeps slamming?
The other guy, I don't think he knew him or whatever. I don't think he was involved in their martial arts community or anything like that because the guy didn't look like it.
No, do you think this is just a guy that maybe smarted off to him and they got into it and the guy tried to take it to another level?
Yes.
And then got slammed.
Hey, pal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he might have been a little bit drunk. Drunk people want to fight all the time. They also have most people have a greatly inflated sense of their ability to fight.
That is correct.
Because they haven't ever before, so they think they're good at it.
I'll go back to this. I'll quote from the song from The Who, "Who Are You?" I remember throwing punches around and preaching from my chair.
Yes.
And as he is now with the law enforcement, who says, if you'll just stop all this and go home, we'll leave you alone. And he turned down, and a breeze blew through his hair. And and he remembered throwing punches around and preaching from his chair. But who are you?
Right.
And so people, intoxication as we call it, they've been sipping courage.
No, yeah.
And I had
Didn't help him in that.
I had an
move, though.
encounter like that one time at the track when I was beyond those days, but this guy was still in those days, and he got a little courageous because of the courage in the can, and I didn't know Brazilian Jiu-jitsu, but I was willing to make life miserable.
But you had been on a football line many
and I
times.
just said, man, I'm telling you, you're drinking courage. It's about to get real ugly. Just move on. Just move on.
Don't ever go against somebody that has a lot of reps.
No.
If they got a lot of reps pushing other people around, they're going to be better at it than you.
Yeah. Yep. Bad Leroy Brown. Nobody learns the lesson, do they, Bubba?
No, they don't.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour, and there is the phone troll music, which means all 10 lines are now open, and you can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can make a comment. You can ask a question. You can bring information to the show, comment on what you've heard, bring up your own information. It's all designed to go through a lot of callers quickly. 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. We go to another caller, and we continue to go through rapid fire. There are no meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs allowed in the phone troll. They will garner an instant buzzer, or if for some reason the person screening the phone puts you on the board knowing that you're about to try a meaningless shout-out or shameless plug, I will simply ignore your call. So this is about making comments, asking questions, bringing information to the table. As you are getting lined up, Relief Factor has been teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show for many, many years, and we love the product. It's all natural. It helps the body's inflammatory response with 4 botanicals that have all, showed signs of helping on their own, but now they're all together in a power pack. And Pamela, who is listening to the show out of West Virginia, says, I can't take a lot of the prescribed medicine because I get side effects. I heard you guys talking about Relief Factor, so I thought that I would get it. And since I started taking the product, I can actually sleep again. I had not been able to sleep on my sides or my stomach, which is how I prefer to sleep, for over a year because of the pain in my shoulders radiating down my arms. I love this product because it's helped me with this pain, and I'm now sleeping. If you are a listener and you're thinking about it, I would suggest that you give it a try. ReliefFactor.com. Get you a quick start pack for $19.95. The reason why we do 3 weeks, because inside 3 weeks, you should know if it's working for you or not. You also can refine it by going to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button. The link to ReliefFactor.com is there as well. All right, so let's go to Dallas out of Springville. Dallas, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Morning, guys. Real quick, couldn't get in with the CD earlier, so got a good one for y'all to consider. Miss A just called in, and if you remember back in January, she let out a little burp at a press conference. So how about Rick and Bubba letting out a little air?
Letting out a little air.
Letting out a little air. That's right.
I think somebody had sent in better out of the attic than the basement.
That is correct. As a matter of fact, that bit does make this year's CD.
Yeah.
It was a winner. Randy is in Nashville. Randy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you, sir?
Hey, guys. Good morning to all of you. Listen, quick question. 2 things. 2 things that are gone. In the studio, when are you going to maybe let people back in as guests in the studio? And then Thanksgiving's coming. Turkey toss in Nashville. You guys ever planning on coming back?
There's no plan to come back anytime that's on a date as far as turkey toss. The way you get back in the studio is to bring us food. No, we're just kidding. I don't know. I'm not speaking for the entire show, but we have been open about this, and we'll keep discussing this. The Broadcast Plaza and Teleport is about to come to an end. At the end of this year and sometime next year, we don't know when because you never know how long these things take. But we'll be moving to a new studio sometime at the first of next year. So if this spike in the variant and all that doesn't level off, we hope that it does. And in some places it has leveled off a little bit, but it's still an issue. And all we're really trying to do is just minimize the number of people that you spend in close quarters together. So anyway, it could be that you don't see that again until we get settled in the new studio. I don't know.
We've looked at the numbers, and there's even been several studies on it. The number of people you interact with each day, your chances of catching or spreading the COVID goes down remarkably if you go from like 50 people you normally contact to down into the 40s. And really, it's just about keeping the show on the air. We didn't want everybody here to get possibly infected at one time and nobody be here to do the show. So conditions on the ground are going to kind of dictate that, and as soon as it rolls back off, hopefully in the near future we'll be able to do that. If not, we'll just have to hold the line until.
Yeah, and the game changer really was when we realized that the vaccine cannot keep you from getting the variant.
Right.
So because we have people fully vaccinated, we have people with natural antibodies, and so the natural antibodies, who knows whether that, do I know anybody with natural antibodies that knew they had antibodies that got the variant? I don't. I'm not saying it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I'm sure it has.
I'm sure it does. But when we found out that the variant really couldn't be stopped as far as you getting it, it can be managed to where it's not bad for you.
Right.
That kind of changed it because you can. I'm really don't feel at risk at all even going to a ball game and being outside or being at some sort of gathering where people aren't sitting close together for long periods of time. But this in here in the studio, you bring in 12 people a day. You're in close quarters, for 4 hours, 3 hours if they come at the time it says on the ticket. So that just we felt like was an unnecessary situation to even put the golden ticket seats in.
Yeah.
I mean, what if the person sitting next to you in the golden ticket seats is the one that gives it to you, and you're sitting there next to them for 3 hours? So,
and the bottom line, we need to have a show there, so we got to make sure that we can do that. And we've tried to manage it best we can, and so far we've been semi-successful.
So as far as turkey toss, it feels like turkey toss is over. Some things have a lifespan on the show and they don't come back. I'm not saying that'll never happen again, but there's no plans to do it. But that
not this year. I don't think you're going to have any extracurricular activity that would encourage a crowd at this point.
Yeah,
I know we're going to ball games, and that's good.
Yeah,
I'm glad
turkey
we are.
toss wouldn't really bother me because I think it's outside, but we really just don't seem like that. There's a. It just feels like it had an expiration date. I feel like it's kind of ended.
I'm not saying it's over in my mind, but I'm just saying I don't think we're going to do it this year.
Right. Yeah. All I was saying is he asked the question, do you have plans to do turkey toss again? And the answer is no.
No, especially not this year.
But that doesn't mean we won't ever do it.
Right.
But to answer your question, do we have plans to do it? No. Let's go to Anita.
But thank you for the call and the questions.
Anita, go ahead. It's the way you do the troll. He did it perfect. Go ahead, Anita.
Yes, sir. I got an idea for your CD title.
Okay.
On the Road to Damascus, and spell the Damascus and hyphenated D.
That's funny.
That's funny.
How about that? That's very
really good.
That is a good one. Let's go to Anonymous in Meridian 97.9. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I just wondered if y'all had heard that new song by Fire for Fighting. It's kind of like a protest song against Biden's surrender in Afghanistan.
Mm-hmm.
First protest song I've heard in 45 years. Let's put it that way.
Oh, is it? It's a protest song?
Yes. It's called Blood on My Hands or Blood on His Hands.
You know what? I have not.
It's fantastic.
So we thought you were setting up a joke. So you're being serious?
No. This is an actual song that's been released by Fire for Fighting.
No, I haven't seen it. So thank you for that.
I'm out of the loop.
Top of the hour. If this is your time and you're done with us and you want to try to know how to get all the Rick and Bubba content every day, go to rickandbubba.com. All the details are there. If you got more Rick and Bubba, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza. And teleports, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba, all here. And to get everybody on the field, somebody signal him. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us for the little thing we call the Rick and Bubba Show.
Bubba, I know you can't announce it. Saturday Night Live alum Norm MacDonald dead at 61.
Yeah, he. Thank you for announcing that, Rick. He'd had a 9-year bout with cancer, and very few people knew about it. I saw him more recently on The Middle. He was the brother of the husband on there, and he would show up, and he was pretty much a deadbeat.
Now, he played a good deadbeat.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
he did. Very dry delivery.
Greg, I know your standard for comedy is extremely high. Did Norm MacDonald make the cut?
I liked him on Weekend Update on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah,
and his old dry delivery was pretty good.
Did you like him?
I wasn't like an Uber fan, but I wasn't anti.
He was the anchor of the news part of Saturday Night Live when Bill Clinton was in office and O.J. happened. So you talking about
a lot of material.
That was fortunate.
Yeah, that's a lot of keepers right there.
You know what else I think that you like and you've forgotten? Burt Reynolds on Celebrity Jeopardy.
Yes. Yeah.
He did a great
he
Burt
did
Reynolds,
Burt Reynolds, and he was good at it. It was very funny. So he went on in. I know that some of you are not as sad because he didn't die of COVID, but he did die of cancer. So Norm MacDonald. And this leads into this next thing that we were discussing. And I know this is this an Apple Plus original show?
Yeah.
So I remember when somebody sent me the video, and what's the comedian's name again? How you say Sudeikis?
Sudeikis.
How you say his last name?
Sudeikis.
Yeah, Jason Sudeikis.
Yeah.
Eikis.
Greg,
Sudeikis.
how do you say it, Greg?
Sudeikis.
Sudeikis. I don't know.
I thought it was Sudeikis.
Maybe it is.
It's
I would say it like
Neil
that.
Sedaka.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Neil Sedaka.
I think it's Sudeikis, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Yeah.
There.
All right. Everybody knows who we're talking about.
He's funny. He's been in a lot of movies.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of them.
So somebody sent me the video when this character was created, Ted Lasso, and they sent it to me because of my disdain for soccer, and it was hilarious. Like you said, Bubba, we watched it. The American football coach comes to some soccer team, or what do they call them, clubs, and it was a very funny bit. It was just a video. And I thought that was kind of the end of it. So I'm going to all my streaming services, and I see Ted Lasso, and I saw it several times, and I didn't really pay attention to it because I thought, well, that's that video. I've already seen that. And then I started realizing, no, somebody has created a full-blown series about this character, Ted Lasso.
So he plays it. This is his show.
This is his show.
Yeah.
And so it has been so successful, it has earned 20 Emmy nominations. And, Bubba, guess what we always talk about in the entertainment business? Oh, you love for that contract to run out when you are at the top of your game.
Oh, yeah.
And so this thing had been radically successful. I've never seen an episode of it, but I thought the original video was funny. That maybe have a high yuck factor. I don't know.
The language in it, there's I don't know how to say. I'm not going to say that. Never mind.
Okay.
It really tries to bring you into an English soccer club. And so some of the language that they use, they like to use certain words.
But he's
Rick, the Brits really like the F word.
There you go. Well, I was trying to stay okay.
But he's an American football coach
really
that has been assigned to European soccer.
Correct. Yeah. So now they're looking to a third season. The first two seasons have been radically successful. And how about this? Jason and the gang are sitting there in a place of leverage, and it looks like they're going to get a very lucrative deal to do a third season for Apple Plus.
And they teased even a fourth season. They're like, we're making this long term. But he went from making a couple of 100,000 per episode to now I think it's going to be $1 million.
1 million, Bubba. Yeah. He has negotiated on a show that was developed solely on streaming.
Yeah, I remember the original commercial where he was being a football coach, and he kept getting demoted and finally ended up in Europe as a soccer coach.
Yeah.
And knew nothing about soccer.
Right. And he even said he didn't know anything, and it was like a little comedy bit, but now it's become a full-blown show, 2 full seasons, 20 Emmy nominations, and now the lead actor who created what we at one time thought was just a funny comedy bit, Ted Lasso, he will get $1 million per episode.
And you know,
that's Seinfeld money.
You know, and Ted Lasso, the character, has this optimistic demeanor about him where, you know, he's always positive. He's got, you know, these, you know, silly little American folksy sayings or whatever, and he tries to win over the English with that personality, and it's just kind of funny because they're all kind of coming along to it. But, you know, you got different cultures colliding, but it's very good.
The comedian himself put out that he's very excited because it appears that the money truck is pulling up. So, even the other cast members, they will get raises as much as $50,000 to $75,000 more per episode for them as well.
Now, what is the name of the series?
Ted Lasso.
It's just called Ted Lasso.
It's called Ted Lasso.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of that part of it since it's become an official show.
Well, let me tell you.
And you know what? He's been in so many movies the last few years. I mean, he must be really busy.
Yeah,
trying to get all that done.
But I guess the thing that threw me is the time that video was sent to you and me, and
it was years ago,
and we laughed at it. I never knew that it turned into a full blown
I didn't either.
Series. To one, like I said, I look up at the selections and I look up on top of my TV, and I'm like, well, there's that guy doing that Ted Lasso thing again,
right?
Mm-hmm.
And but it's a full blown now 2 full seasons show that has been extremely popular.
So what you're saying and what you saw, is it promos for NBC sports coverage of the Premier League? He was playing a character. Is that where he was first portrayed?
I guess.
In this,
somebody sent
and
it
it kind of grew legs and developed a series, to your point, that Apple Plus ended up getting. So,
I don't have Apple Plus, so I don't see some of these series, but they're
wait
kind
a
of
minute.
really.
Whoa! Bill Bubba Bussy doesn't have Apple Plus.
No, I haven't. I've still got some of the more traditional viewing habits, but I'm always looking for a change. So
yeah, again, I haven't seen
just you and Apple. I thought there was...
I have the Apple TV. That's what I watch some other stuff on. But I've just
there.
never got the Apple Plus.
Yeah,
because it's a subscription, right?
Well, but what you can do, and that's how I found out about it, is you get to do the trial,
right?
And
right.
So I've looked at some of the stuff on there, and there's some pretty good programming on there that's original. But again, it's really, really, really hard to find anything that you watch and feel good about.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing.
So that's why I'm kind of like, and because I see them after me now. Are you going to start paying for it? And I'm kind of like,
Yeah.
See, I guess the closest I've come to that is YouTube TV, and that's kind of where I've been. But I'm always still looking at them. You know, the fact that they're doing so many. I guess Apple Plus may be the leader in original programming for the streaming people, right? At least lately, since they put all the money into it.
I don't know if they've got more original programming. What I would say, they started out with original programming only, so they don't do other people's stuff. I don't think. Do they? Do they still offer other people's stuff? I thought it was all their own stuff.
Well, they have a ton of original programming, but through Apple Plus, you can see a number of different things that are offered. And so, like, you've got, Discovery Plus, Paramount Plus, you've got, Amazon Prime, Netflix. I mean, the list goes on, but through Amazon Plus, you can get a variety of different things, but they have their original programming as well.
I thought that'd get you out of there.
Well, I mean, my goodness. Okay, so think Apple Plus, Bubba, as Netflix or Amazon Prime.
Right,
it's their version of that.
But that's what I thought.
Okay, think that. Don't compare it to YouTube TV or Fubo or
Fire
Direct
Sticks.
Stream. Yeah, don't.
We need a Ted Lasso who's trying to figure out streaming.
By the way, what's all this Fire Stick stuff I keep hearing?
That's just like a road.
Boy, my kids will carry a Fire Stick from one apartment to another.
Yeah.
That's the Roku or
that's
Apple.
the Amazon.
That's the Amazon
version,
Roku.
Of Apple TV.
They love a Fire Stick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you can plug it into any TV.
But what I didn't know, because Apple Plus for me, when I tried it, I immediately went to the original program because honestly, I love going to watch stuff that I already know.
For All Mankind is on.
That's
their original program.
That's one reason I haven't seen it, because I don't have.
And the one that drew me in is I really wanted to enjoy, but it was so nasty that it became childish. It's almost like the language was so over the top that it was childish. I mean, it felt like that they were even pretending to be fouling. It was the one that was going to be that had
Jennifer Aniston and the news.
Reese Witherspoon,
Morning Show,
Michael Scott. What's Michael Scott? That guy,
yeah.
that actor. What's his name?
Carell.
Steve
It's not
Carell.
Michael Scott, but yeah, I got you. I knew exactly who you're talking about.
Michael Scott to me.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's
I tell you,
in there.
The one I love, because I've got this thing now where they pull up these clips from The Office, and I just think The Office was. Of course, it couldn't be on the air today because it was so politically incorrect. But
funny though,
when they go to his office, he says, "I tell you, I just don't like very much if I disappoint someone, and I really don't like when I disappoint everyone." And when he said that he's not superstitious, he's now I'm a little stitious. But anyway, that morning show, it was about a network.
Reese Witherspoon's in it.
Yeah, and I thought, well, this is going to be really, really good. So I thought it's something original because, I kind of get tired of watching things I already know what they are. I like somebody to do something worth of crap that's new.
Well,
and
good luck.
And I thought to myself, well, this looks like a kind of show I would like. But again, the language was so horrible. I just was
There's
like, well, I'm
two
out.
shows on Apple
I mean,
Plus
childish.
that you can stomach is For All Mankind.
Yep.
You don't like stuff like
The
that.
Mosquito Coast. That's a good show, too, and you don't have to deal. I mean, there's a cuss word every blue moon, but not like what you're talking about because you're going to get what you're talking about with Ted Lasso, too.
Yeah, that's why I figured that. I didn't go there. I thought the original comedy video was funny. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
All right, we're back. 22 minutes
it brings
past the
me to my
hour.
knees.
Rick and Bubba Show. Here we go. Pandemic updates. Some of the weird pandemic stories and some sad stories and ironic stories and confusing stories and. All right, so let's work through it. First of all, under the dang the luck, Greg, I don't know if you saw this story.
I did.
We have a man in Louisiana.
Kind of cruel.
That had been wrongfully put on death row. By the way, these stories always. I can't imagine what it would be like to be on death row, and you're like, I did not do this.
I know everybody on here says it, but I really didn't do it.
I really honestly didn't do this. It is finally proven that he was wrongfully put on death row. DNA evidence helped to prove that he was innocent of the murder.
After how many years?
After 15.
He'd been sitting there 15 years.
15 years, but then here comes the dang the luck.
16 years in jail, 15 on death row. Wow.
Bubba.
And he's innocent, right?
Yes, he is, Greg, but he finally gets his freedom, but guess what happens?
What's that?
He died of COVID.
Well, Rick,
So,
I hate to bring this up. But,
Right.
The picture of him being released here.
Now, Bubba.
And one of the gifts that he got was a Minnesota Vikings hat.
Right.
I kid you not,
Big
Greg. You
fan.
Huh? Well.
I mean, he must be uber fan if the first thing I do when you get off death row for being wrongly convicted is give you a Minnesota Vikings hat. That means the Vikings mean a lot to you, evidently.
Yep.
Well, he moved, I guess, back
Bubba
to
saw it as a
Minnesota.
bad
He moved to Minnesota, and that was one of the gifts.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
To restart his life.
Gotcha. Okay.
Eventually, he eventually settled down with his family in Texas, but died on September the 2nd of complications from COVID-19. He was 47 years old.
So Louisiana
Spent a third of his life behind bars.
Yep.
To Texas.
And I don't want to. It's awful what happened, but really he was safer in jail.
Now get this. He actually.
Really. Well,
he became
a death row because he's pretty much in solitary.
Yeah, but
he became a long haul trucker after restarting his life. Was on the road to in early August when he landed in Jacksonville, Florida hospital with COVID a few days after getting his first dose of the vaccine.
So he got the first dose and then got COVID.
Wasn't long enough.
Yep. And did he catch it while he was behind bars, or did
after he got out?
Okay.
He was on the road. He was a long haul trucker and
on the road again.
Was in Jacksonville when he fell ill.
You know what though? I'd rather be out of jail and die of COVID than to stay in jail on death row. Especially if I was innocent.
If I'd been on death row for 15 years, I think I'd want to be a truck driver. You get freedom, man. I'm on the highway. I'm just driving.
Yep.
I've been sitting in a cell for 15 years. Now I'm driving.
How about that?
I get it. I get that's why he took that job.
We're going to get to the Fauci because you're not going to believe that Dr. Fauci and now Nicki Minaj are at odds. But I can't even believe I'm saying that. But let me get the easy updates first because we'll probably have to spend a segment on that other one. COVID-19 vaccine boosters. The FDA is saying probably unnecessary for most.
They're saying over 50.
What's that mean?
Over 50.
Yeah.
Well, this is that thing where it looks like the Biden administration is out, and he's saying we're going to start boosters. We're going to do
he's
this.
been talking about that for weeks.
And the FDA is saying, hold on, we haven't approved that.
And we had people quit over it, didn't we?
The data doesn't show that, and they had two of the commissioners quit and said, we're not going to be a part of this.
So they're basically saying that when the booster is ready, the FDA is saying, I really believe this should only be given to people that are have immunity problems or at high risk.
It's just a third dose of what they've already got.
Yeah,
it's not nothing different.
They said if you got fully vaccinated and you're pretty normally healthy, you probably don't need the booster because it's not really going to add.
So the 8-month thing that they were originally talking about, they're backing off that. They were saying 8 months is about they figured. If you've been 8 months, you need to get another one.
Yeah, they now seem to say that most people do not need a booster, meaning it's not going to change the situation you're in.
I heard a lady who was in this industry talking about this on the show. And she said, we're not saying you're going to need a booster every year like the flu shot, but she said a lot of the boosters you get, even for other diseases, takes 2 or 3 to fully be covered. and kicked in. So I don't know. You hear different things from different people. Some people saying, yeah, it's going to be like the flu because you have to deal with it every year. I don't know.
A judge has blocked New York's vaccine mandate for Christian healthcare workers.
Right.
And on the grounds that it interferes with their religious freedoms. And this judge has ruled if Christians object to receiving any vaccine because of the cell lines of aborted fetuses were used in the testing, then they have a religious right to do so. And you can't make them take it.
Mm-hmm.
So religious exemption actually supported by New York, by a judge, the district judge from New York, says that New York cannot mandate a healthcare worker who is a Christian to take a vaccine that violates their religious convictions. So that's a win.
You've opened the door there.
Yep. So there you go. And I guess as I predicted, we're so late in this segment. Don't you think Fauci versus Nicki Minaj needs its own segment?
Yeah, because if you read this,
that's a battle you didn't
and we
see
do
coming
have. I think it was with Jake Tapper. I think we have the video too of Fauci responding to that.
How this all happened?
Yeah, or just the response of the accusation that this is what's going on with her family.
And I don't know.
Family member.
Look, can I tell you this? There's two
relative.
stories that we're going to have a difficult time updating.
Yeah.
One of them was the Nick Saban player press conference. We can't really play that audio.
Mm-mm.
And what Nicki Minaj is concerned about is also going to require some kid gloves.
Yeah.
We've also got the story, Rick, about Big Meat hits back at Biden. I don't know if you saw that.
Yep. Big Meat is tired of being blamed for inflation. They're saying, hey, it's not Big Meat's fault. It's Biden's fault.
Everybody's blaming Big Meat.
Yeah.
Meat.
Well, Big Meat's going to cost a lot.
It's unhealthy.
Yeah, but it's not.
I love
Yeah.
it. Giveaway. Give me a steak.
Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon teaming up for termite protection that is second to no one. You literally build a fort around your property and termites cannot penetrate. Unlike the southern border, it is secure. But Cook's Pest Control can also help you with your month-to-month pest control at your property, your home, your business, whatever the case may be, even new home construction contractors. All you have to do is go to cookspest.com and they'll give you a free, no obligation inspection and evaluation of the property. Cookspest.com, that's cookspest.com, or also look for that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. And you can sing with us, looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control. All right, so we continue with our bad medicine update from Fauci and the Good Time Gang. So now I just didn't think I would read this headline. Fauci is at odds with Nicki Minaj.
Yeah, I just didn't see that coming about out of this, Rick.
She and I'll really take Greg's mic down again, but she says that her cousin's friend in Trinidad. Yeah, in Trinidad, had a bad reaction to the vaccine involving the male reproductive capability.
Her cousin's friend in Trinidad.
Yes, and you know there have been some people that have said there's been some concerns on a side effect, which Fauci seems to ignore in his comments, that there have been some young women that have seen some issues that could be a side effect of the vaccine involving their reproductive system. So. Anyway, and I'm not saying any large degree, but to say there's been nothing is really not true. But anyway, so Fauci is asked about this by is it Jake Tapper asked him this of CNN, and so courtesy of CNN, here is the conversation that I never thought I would hear. Dr. Fauci discussing Nicki Minaj.
Dr. Fauci, is there any evidence that the Pfizer, the Moderna, or the J&J vaccines cause any reproductive issues in men or women?
The answer to that, Jake, is a resounding no. There's no evidence that it happens, nor is there any mechanistic reason to imagine that it would happen. So the answer to your question is no.
How can health authorities even attempt to combat this kind of misinformation coming from somebody who is a huge and beloved international star like Nicki Minaj?
Bit of a stretch.
It's very difficult. There is a lot of misinformation, mostly on social media, and the only way we know to counter mis and disinformation is to provide a lot of correct information and to essentially debunk these kinds of claims, which may be innocent on her part. I'm not blaming her for anything, but she should be thinking twice about propagating information that really has no basis except a one-off anecdote. And that's not what science is all about.
There's anecdotal again. Now, I want you to hear what he said, and Adler pointed to this in the break, and he's right. He is saying that the way that we combat disinformation, which is that we need to have more information from us. What he's saying is what we need to do is we will give you not just here's all the information available and then you do your job of vetting it out and look at the resource. Because honestly, okay, let's just get real.
Let's get real, Rick.
I do believe that if I was listening to a scientist and a medical doctor, I would probably go into the medical community, and I'll tell you there's an opportunity for those of you in Birmingham to listen to some. I would listen to all the different doctors and scientists of equal credentials, and then I would listen to what they agree and disagree on, and I'd look in there and see, well, I would see where I was. I know that I heard Tapper earlier in the video says, and this should tell you a lot about the world, that Nicki Minaj has 180 million people who follow her on social media. Wow. I'm going to say 180 million again.
Yeah, it's incredible.
There's 180 million people in this world that want to know what Nicki Minaj is doing today.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Isn't that shocking? But doesn't it explain a lot? Hey, does it explain a lot?
It does. Things are clearer now.
But let's say that I'm somebody that says, hey, she's got a few pop hits I like. I don't say that, but I know people that might.
So she must know about it.
It still doesn't mean, look, I really, really, really enjoyed the music of Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, but there was never a time that I thought that Tom Petty's opinion on something scientific or morally, meant anything to me. I just, thought, hey, these are some good songs, but when I saw him holding his no nukes sign, I realized that was preposterous, because to say that we shouldn't have nuclear weapons, this is this left version of foreign policy, that if we'll play nice, everybody else will play nice.
Right.
And I wish things were that way, but they're just not. So you have to be prepared, because the rest of the world can be unpredictable. Okay? So anyway, but that didn't make me go, well, I don't like American Girl anymore by Tom Petty. But I never thought, because Tom Petty had a big fan base, that I should go to him for lots of information on other things.
Rick, that's common sense.
Yeah, but Fauci,
nowadays, our worship of our celebrities, they must be right. When her reference is my cousin's friend in Trinidad had, that's
got swollen this. And
yeah,
that.
I don't feel.
Did
very
you read the whole
confident
thing? He was about to get married, and now his soon-to-be bride called off the wedding.
My cousin's friend's dog's owner in Trinidad who knows his aunt.
But the thing that should concern us is that what Fauci is basically saying is we must combat these people by us putting out more stuff from us. And and look, we are living in a time, see, and you said it in the break, Greg, and I agree with you, we need to get back to the time that people can say whatever they want to say, and you may not like it, and it may hurt your feelings, it may even be damaging. But then I'm not talking about, we do know you can't yell fire in the theater, which means you can't put people at cause panic and outrage. But as far as people having opinions, let's just see. But what Fauci he does the same thing that he claims that Nicki Minaj is doing. The Fauci doesn't want you to hear from another doctor or scientist that disagrees with him. He declares them now to be less a scientist. See, it's easy to say Nicki Minaj didn't know what she's talking about, because we all kind of go, yeah, he's probably right. But what he'll also turn around and say is that Peter McCullough doesn't know what he's talking about, and other doctors and other scientists.
The guy that invented the R.
Well, Greg, you remember how he said that common sense is a superpower? And I do realize that there seems to be, and I hope this is true and stays, that the vaccine can be a good treatment that may keep you out of the hospital and increase your chances of not having a hard time with the variant. But it is a fact that it does not keep you from getting the variant. So that's an absolute fact.
Right.
And so Greg said in the break, which was hilarious, who is fully vaccinated.
Yeah.
Everybody that's complaining about people that don't want the vaccine and they're demonizing these people and all this, one of the greatest selling points of the vaccine would be that it actually works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See, there's nothing that could make the vaccine more desirable
it does.
than for it to actually work.
That you get it and you're done with this.
Right.
You don't have to wear a mask. You can do what you want to do and just head on
and
out.
I'm still for the vax as it is, but
of course.
But you know what I'm saying.
You're just saying common sense.
Yeah.
They're acting like the way they talk. They act like the vaccine,
and that's confusing.
That the vaccine is to deny the vaccine is for you to deny a cure that is right there, and you could be safe and not have any issues with this variant or variants to come. If you want to be safe, you get the vaccine, and but that really isn't completely true.
Now,
but you could also say if you want to be safe, try to get the infusion when you get it. Hey, if you want to be safer, take care of yourself health-wise, which Fauci said 2 years ago.
And if you keep falling in the part, well, hey, if you had the vaccine, it'll help you probably not go to the hospital.
That's
a good thing. Yeah.
Do we know fully vaccinated people that just asked for the infusion because they were in such bad shape? Yes.
Yeah, but if you trust the numbers, the numbers are higher.
Sure,
you
but see, they won't do that, Greg. I totally agree with that.
The numbers show that it's.
I totally agree with that. But they don't do that. But they don't do that. They come back and act like that no one has a bad time if they're fully vaccinated, and that's not true.
And they've just
now
totally...
you can say I'll tell you one thing: the percentage of people who are having a hard time with the variant that are fully vaccinated is very low.
Yeah.
But don't act like they don't exist.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then go back and say over here. Here, don't sell it on if you refuse the vaccine, you have signed your death certificate, for when it comes to COVID and the Delta variant, and don't do the thing that it feels weird saying that people who aren't vaccinated, that they are causing the problem. See, that's again saying that people who are fully vaccinated don't pass it. Yeah, they do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they do pass it. So if you want to say the people that are unvaccinated are putting themselves at a higher risk of problem.
Yeah.
Hey, and they put other people who aren't vaccinated at a higher risk of problem. Okay, you could take your numbers and show that and say we believe that to be true, and you can even say that and say, but I'm not for mandating it. I want people to be fully educated and know all the risk and know all the advantages, and then make their own decision with their own doctor. And even if the doctor tells you to do something, you can still disagree with him or her.
The biggest thing about this, I think that's been the most aggravating for me, and I know you guys too, is that the so-called experts have completely acted like natural antibodies don't exist.
And that's a huge mistake.
And if you remember this, do you remember when the vaccines first came out, what the CDC said? If you've had COVID, wait 90 days. And see, that's gone away.
Mm-hmm.
There's no wait now at all. Get it.
Right,
Just
right.
get it. Everybody get it.
And that's when they thought that your antibodies would only last 90 days. And the reason why they said wait 90 days is they didn't think you were at risk for 90 days.
Right.
You know why they didn't think you were at risk? Because they thought you had the antibodies.
Right.
Yeah. But now that we know the antibodies last for up to a year in a lot of people, we're just acting like that.
But do you know that some school systems are still stuck on the 90 days? If you are in a classroom that has somebody that tests positive to COVID and you go to the office, they figure out, like, do you have the vaccine? Have you had it within 90 days or whatever? If you meet some of those guidelines, you can go back to class. If not, they send you home.
See, the 90-day thing is so disproven and so over, that shouldn't even be mentioned anymore. I mean,
the CDC doesn't mention it anymore.
No.
They act like it doesn't exist or never existed when they said it.
Few are the people, if any, that their antibodies last 90 days or less.
But they tell you on CDC, different disease, don't get the chickenpox vaccine if you had it as a kid.
I know. You know why?
You got antibodies.
You know what the vaccine's supposed to give you?
Antibodies.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. So we'll put this in show notes today for those of you in the Birmingham area, the home market, 104.7 WZZK. And certainly we're just informing you about this. This is something that the Focus on America and the Eagle Forum, and this is their branch in Alabama, they are bringing in medical doctors and patient testimonials, and they're doing this coming up on September the 19th. It'll be at the Marriott in Birmingham. You remember us talking about Dr. Peter McCullough?
Yeah.
He is one of the doctors. He'll be coming to you on a live stream. And then they've got MD Dr. Jordan Vaughn, Dr. Ryan McWhorter, Dr. David Calderwood, and also Dr. Michael, it looks like, is it Yeadon? Yeadon. And also some testimonials from patients. And they're just wanting to say, here is a group of doctors. Now, you can kind of see.
It's kind of like what we were talking about
yeah.
doing on the radio one day.
Yeah. We wanted to get all these, like we were just talking about in the break, and I won't mention the two names we did, but they're two doctors who we believe, if you look at their credentials are equally impressive.
Mhm.
Okay, and they have completely different views.
So frustrating
on the pandemic, and so I think I've said it before. I think we're going to be the guinea pigs, and I believe that those that are down, out in front of us, they'll look back on our experience with all this, and then they'll probably have more of a truth than we ever had.
Yeah.
Because we'll be the ones that tried all the stuff. This worked. This didn't work.
Right.
Here's what we
That's
found
where
out.
we're at. Yeah, Dan, I mean,
we're
you know,
experimental. We're making
hindsight is 20/20.
We are making it up as we go with the best information. And you would think once you take a novel virus, the longer you keep dealing with it, probably the more you'll find out about it.
Right. That's fair.
So anyway, so if you're interested in that and you want to go and listen to some of that, we put it in show notes, concerneddoctors.org, concerneddoctors.org. And again, it's being presented by Focus on America and the Eagle Forum, and it's totally up to you if you want to go and be part of that and get some of that information. All right, so we hadn't talked about Big Meat. Big Meat is hitting back at the Biden administration because Big Meat is sick and tired of the Biden administration blaming those that bring us delicious meats. They are tired of being blamed for inflation.
Now, where is he getting that at?
Bubba, where is he getting anything from? He has accused the Biden administration has accused all the big meat processors.
Profiteering, is that it?
Or pandemic even.
What'd I say?
Pandemic.
Well, a lot of people don't know. That's
right.
when you're in a pandemic.
He's accusing
You can have
them.
a pandemic response.
And this is this thing we always talk about where they get accused of, but he's saying that it's pandemic profiteering, but it says that the government is refusing to acknowledge the real problem. They're saying surging prices are a result of a nationwide labor shortage, not a consolidation of the meat industry. They're not putting together a monopoly. They're all, and I hear this from every business out there, they can't get people to work. Now, why can't they get people to work? Well, part of it is that we have a bunch of big government people that have decided to give people really good checks. I mean, it's not a great check if you were at a job, but it's a great check if you're doing nothing. And there's people that are saying, well, look, this is as much money as I'd make at some of these entry-level jobs, so I'm just not going to work at all. Now, I think that's sorry because you're forgetting, but we've done a good job of making sure you don't have the concept of this. That's actually somebody else's money. That's tax revenue that came from your fellow Americans who are working to give you money when you can physically, mentally, and can find a job, and you physically and mentally can do the job. You're just refusing to do it. Maybe you've lost sight of where that money comes from. It comes from all of us who are working. Okay, so that's intended for people who can't work or when jobs aren't available. It is not designed for when the market is back and the jobs are open and you won't go do them. So in the meat industry said that's what's raising the prices. And I've had many people, even in the construction deal, I said, well, we got a shortage on lumber? They said, no, we don't have a shortage on lumber. We can't get it. The process has been bogged down. We can't get it to you. I told you the stuff we needed for the bathroom sat on the dock for 4 months because they didn't have enough people to get it to me.
Now, what the Biden administration is claiming here, and what they're not been able to connect the dots. They're saying that farmers are losing money on cattle, hogs, and poultry.
Yep.
And you're seeing higher prices at the grocery store. And now, as this is played out, they're seeing record profits or near record profits for those in the middle. So they're trying to in their mind, I guess, try to figure out how that's happening.
Yeah.
Now, that's what they claim.
Well, it's a story as old as time. Leftists and big government people always blame the entrepreneurial spirit and capitalism and the free market for high prices. And then the free market says, no, the prices are high because of all the regulations that are coming in are the roadblocks that have been put up by the giant government. The left believes the government is the answer, and those on the right believe the free market and capitalism is the answer. But there's a truth in there somewhere if you just look for it.
Some of the folks in the meat business said they have been meeting with the White House on a regular basis to talk about supply chain, and the White House has a supply chain task force with the USDA to make sure our food supply is good and with all the problems we've been facing through COVID. And she noted that during these meetings, when they've been sitting down with the White House staff, they've never mentioned this once. And this accusation by Biden came totally out of the blue.
Well, that's
so they were totally caught off guard by it. You know what? No telling with Joe. He may have caught a lot of people off guard with it.
Yeah, this may be something that he thinks is going on that no one, even his own people, haven't told him is going on. I don't know. Yeah. We don't have time, but I'm looking on the board and I'm seeing that there are some calls coming in. They are saying the Nicki Minaj cousin's friend in Trinidad that is going on in some place. Not. I'm sure not a big number. Greg, I remember you said you knew somebody said that had a little burning down below.
Yeah.
Huh?
Rick can't talk about it. Fauci says no.
Oh, that's right. Fauci says that's not happening.
Yeah.
A little burning below the deck there, huh?
Yeah. I mean, hopefully it wasn't any big. Well, hey, it wasn't any problem. Severe
Coach
problem.
Saban say about it?
Coach Saban. Yeah, what he had to say about it. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick